With all your
Technical difficulties. You know what it is. 7 gang, wake up. Time to turn up. Wake up. Turn up.
Yeah. Flip mode. Here we come. About to fucking explode.
flip mode. 9-7. Bust a bust.
Come on. What?
Hot shit. Check it out. Hit you with no delaying, so what you saying, yo? Silly with my 9 milli with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club like we while in the studio. You don't wanna violate, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Type of nigga that'll slap you with the tulio. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way she shake it make me wanna get all in the booty, yo. Top mistress in the banging bitches and videos. While I'm with my freak like we up in the freak shows. Hit you with the shit, make you feel it all in your toes. Hot shit, got all you niggas in wet clothes. Styling my metaphors when I formulate my flows. If you don't know, you fucking with lyrical player pros like that. Do you really wanna party with me? Let me see just what you got for me. Put all your hands with my eyes to see. Straight buck wildin' in the place to be. If you really wanna party with me, let me see just what you got for me. Put all your hands with my eyes to see. Straight buck wildin' in the place to be. If you really wanna party with me, ain't God we trust. Yo, it's a must that you heard of us, yo, we murder us. A lot of niggas is wondering and they curious. I mean, and my niggas do it, it's so mysterious. Furious, all of my niggas is serious. Shook niggas be walking around fearing us. Front nigga like you don't wanna be hearing us. Gotta listen to how radio be playing us. 30 times a day, she to make you delirious. Damaging everything all up in your areas. Yo, it's funny how all the chickens be always serving us. So up in between their ass when they wanna carry us. Hit you good, then I hit them off with the alias. Various chickens, they wanna marry us. Yo, it's flip mode, my nigga, you know we bout to bust. 7-figure money, the label preparing us. Bite the dust instead of you making the fuss. Niggas know better cause there ain't no comparing us. Mad at us, niggas is never we fabulous. Hit my people off with the flow that be marvelous. Oh shit, my whole clique victorious. Taking no prisoners, niggas is straight up warriors. Why you feeling that? I know you be feeling so glorious. Then I blitz and reminisce on my nigga notorious. Do you really wanna party like that? Let me see just what you got for me. Put all your hands with my eyes to see. Straight buck wildin' in the place to be. If you really wanna party with me, let me see just what you got for me. Put all your hands with my eyes to see. Straight buck wildin' in the place to be. If you really wanna party with me.
Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Hey, 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 hey. Okay. I said turn it up. Woo, woo. Okay. 7 gang, you know what it is. You already know what it is. Without further ado, I'm feeling much better today, guys. It's gonna be a beautiful show. But I might as well just go ahead and get straight into it, right? So if you don't know, my name is J-LEETHAL. That's what I go by. If you don't know me, if you've never heard of me, don't worry about it. Don't feel bad. You're not out of the loop. The reason why you probably don't know me is because YouTube hates me. YouTube literally hates me. They deleted my first channel, so now I'm on my second channel. My first channel, I had about 3,000 subscribers, even though they were still trying to keep me down with 3,000 subscribers, but they deleted me, and now I'm barely trying to have 300. I'm barely about to get 300 subscribers. After all the work I put in, they want to take it all away, but that's okay because God is good, God is great, God is amazing, God is merciful. And anything that happens is in the plan, within the will of the Most High God. So Therefore, I'm not even about to trip on these little earthlings. Somebody put that in the chat. We're not going to trip on these little bitty earthlings anymore. If you can hear me clearly, please press 7. I got a different microphone this time, because last night the audio was very shitty and the video was very shitty. So let me know if y'all can hear me clear, if everything's good. So I'm not even gonna waste any time, because tonight is a different performance. Tonight is a different thing. Does anybody know the name of tonight's online pro bono? Well, before I continue, let me say this. Like I said, my name is J-LEETHAL. YouTube hates me, so they're actively censoring me. So what I'm gonna need you guys to do tonight in the class is not only press the number 7 in the chat, but also please go press the thumbs up button, because YouTube hates me. And please go tell a friend to tell a friend that J-LEETHAL is live. That's the only way that this channel is gonna grow. That's the only way we're gonna get new people. Have you noticed I put out all these videos and we don't have no, I'm not gonna say we don't have no new people, but it's very rare that we have new people. How is it that I'm putting all this shit out on the internet? This is supposed to be the internet, right? The World Wide Web. The entire world is supposed to be able to see my shit, but for some reason, I'm struggling to make 300 subscribers. No black people, no new black people are seeing my shit. Unless you tell your friends about J-LEETHAL and tell them how to spell J-LEETHAL with 2 E's and everything. You're gonna have to tell them to come over here. Anyway, in the meantime, I wanna let you guys know something real quick. Did you know that federal law allows citizens such as myself to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under the certain circumstances without the authorization of the copyright holder? Yes, it's true. You know what this is called? This is called fair use, and it is allowed for purposes of criticism, quote-unquote news reporting, teaching, and or parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 U.S.C. 107. I need that to be known for whoever's listening. The things that I'm going to be showing tonight, I'm going to be showing a lot of receipts. Somebody put that in the chat. We're getting straight to the receipts tonight. Straight to the receipts. Straight to the receipts. But one thing I got to let you know, I have to be very strategic, because YouTube took away my very first channel. I told you that already. YouTube took away my first channel, right? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, YouTube took away my first channel. So we have to be strategic. We can't just go willy-nilly about what we're going to say tonight, guys. But let me say that, and then let me also say that this is not a live stream. What you're watching right now is not a regular live stream. Most people do live streams. Everybody does a fucking live stream. Anybody can pull out their camera, pull out their camera phone and press record and go on Facebook Live, go on Instagram Live, go on YouTube Live. Anybody can do that. What you're watching right now is not a live stream. That's why I only do it once a week. And even when I do it once a week, it still takes a lot out of me. There's no way I can do these classes every day. So I'm doing it back to back today because I love y'all. It's an encore performance. But in the same token, this is not a live stream. Does anybody know what this is? I'm going to give you 7 seconds to figure out what this is. If this is not a live stream, what do you think this is? Simple. It's an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. It's really, really simple, and sometimes I don't even know why you guys can't figure it out by now. But like I told you, this is an online pro bono interactive learning course. So that means tonight we are bringing out a whole lot of receipts, but I'm going to need you to follow along. Remember, this is pro bono learning course. That means I'm giving it to you for free. But the only thing that you have to pay is attention. Somebody put that in the chat. I'm doing these online pro bono learning courses pro bono, which means I'm doing them for free. I'm not asking for any money, quote unquote. But the only thing you have to pay me is pay attention. And then pull your pen out, pull your paper out, because we're going to be bringing out a lot of receipts tonight. This is the reason J-LEETHAL exists. This is the reason why YouTube hates me. And we're going to get it cracking. Okay? And we're going to get it cracking without further ado. I'm going straight in. Hold on. I'm going straight in. What up, y'all? Back again today with a very special video. You like my shirt? I am Black History. And when I don't usually wear shirts that have my feelings on them and stuff. Everybody's wearing a shirt now that has their slogan on it. I don't like wearing Black Lives Matter shirts and all that shit. But yes, I am Black History. When I say I am Black History, when I say black, I mean those human beings that are absorbed with light, because you have to understand something real quick before we move forward. The human beings, listen, go look up the definition on Google right now of black. Go look up the definition of black right now. You're gonna on Google. The first definition you look up is gonna say it is the darkest shade owing to or because of either the lack of light, completely void of light, or the complete absorption of light. So here we have two definitions, two completely opposite definitions. Now figure that out. How is it that the word black has two completely opposite definitions that are both applicable and both true and both acceptable? Because our whole life we've been taught that black is what? No, you ask anybody, what does black mean? No light, dark, whatever the case, right? But then you find out, wait a minute, they didn't give us the full definition. They weren't even, they stopped halfway through. The word black means either void of light, meaning this cup is void of water, meaning it has no water, or completely absorbed with water. There's only one or the other. So when I say I am Black History, I am Black History because I am absorbed with light. Now, what is light? Light is, what do you think of when you think of light? How about that? Let me ask you guys in the chat, because I'm gonna go ahead I'm gonna go ahead and get straight into it. But let me ask you guys in the chat, what do you think of when you think of the definition of light? Just give me a one-word answer. Give me a one-word answer to a synonym of light. A synonym of light. When you think of the word light, give me another word that comes to your mind that can also be used similarly to the word light. What the fuck? Hold on. I'm playing with me, bitch. Okay. So give me some synonyms for the word light, because when I think of light, I think of the sun, right? The original source of light is the sun. When I think of light, I think of information, like, you know, a light bulb went off in your head. Oh, I had an idea. I had a revelation. So revelation could be light. Information could be light. A new idea can be light. Inspiration can be light. The sun, the actual physical sun, can be light, because the sun, the original, the big ball in the sky, the sun, that is the original source of light for all earth, all earthlings. That's the first thing that we know the light to be, is the sun. So when I say I'm black, that means I am absorbed with the sun. Do you understand that? Also, because I am black, my skin absorbs the sun. Do you understand that? If you are not black, your skin does not absorb the sun. You understand that? We are those human beings, those black human beings, absorbed with light. Now, light is sun. Light is information. Light is revelation. Light is a new idea. Light is motivation. So when I say I am absorbed with those things, that's what I am absorbed with. And I am Black History. Why am I Black History? Because this right now is a part of history. Somebody put that in the chat. You guys keep reading all these books from the 1960s. I mean, hey, more power to you if you want to read all these books from the 14th century. And I mean, now the Bible is different, but if you want to listen to this person's account and this person's historical account, and this person told you what happened in the year 1200 BC, I personally, whatever, it is what it is, but I believe that history is still being made today. The things that we do today will be in the history books in the future from now. So instead of spending all your time reading about the heroes in the history books, how about we become those? I'm gonna say it again. Instead of looking all day throughout the history books, how about we just become the heroes that we want to be? Is that okay? Because remember, they're gonna tell you that you can't be Malcolm X. You can't do what Malcolm X did. You're not supposed to do what Martin Luther King did. Remember, shout out to Martin Luther King. He had his birthday yesterday, or it was Martin Luther King Day yesterday, or whatever. But they're gonna tell you, if you try to say I'm gonna be on the level of Malcolm X, or I'm gonna do what Malcolm X did, or I'm gonna try to have that same energy. Who do you think you are? That's the first thing they're gonna tell you. And this is how you know you have to make your own decisions. Can y'all hear me? Put a 7 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Hold on, let me see something. Can y'all hear me? What's up with this? Hold on, y'all. Let me refresh the page. All right, y'all. Like I said, we need to focus on creating history right now. This is what we need to focus on. Creating history right now. Don't worry about the history books. Focus on creating history right now. So does anybody know the name of tonight's online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward? Do you guys know what it's called tonight? We're having an encore performance, guys. That's what we're doing. Because last night, if y'all watched the stream, the class last night, we had some technical difficulties in the beginning, and it took me off to a rocky start. And basically, the first hour was just complete chaos, and then I had to come back and try to teach the class. It was just too much going on, but I did still bring out a lot of good receipts, and I had a really good conversation. Yesterday, we spent basically the whole time talking about the black woman, and we talked about how you're either going to fall up under the man, and yes, I said under the man, or you're going to be outside by yourself. There's only 2 choices for the black woman in 2022 moving forward. Only 2. I said it. There are only 2 choices if you are a black woman. Listen to me right now. You are either going to fall up under your righteous man, or you are going to join this woman here. You're going to join the fucking red dead hair woman, the dog hair woman. You're going to join that. We're going to talk a little bit more about the black woman tonight, but I'm not going to focus on her again like I did last night. Tonight, we're going to bring out a whole lot of receipts. Can somebody put that in the chat? We have a whole lot of very, very, very real receipts. A whole lot of very, 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 very real receipts. But before I continue, I got to say this real quick. I'm going to bring out some good receipts tonight, and it's going to mostly be about the so-called sickness. Can somebody put that in the chat? Tonight we're going to be talking mostly about the news about the sicknesses and all this stuff like that. But I need you guys to know that I need to be very strategic, so we have to be careful on the things that we say. My last channel was deleted, and I even got my first strike for talking about this before. I had a video recently called "Did you get your booster?" where I was asking everybody, did they get their booster? Because if you didn't know, they're working on a 4th booster right now, and some places in the world already are doing their 4th booster and 5th booster. Okay? So that's what I need you to focus on. But not only that, we need to be strategic, okay? So I'm going to show you guys a few receipts real quick before we continue, but I need you guys to look at this. These are some of the things, these are some of the rules. I already read you most of the rules, but these are some of the rules. If you go on the YouTube, help page or the YouTube, go to the information page on YouTube or help section on YouTube, and they're going to tell you all about the things that you cannot say on YouTube about the sickness. Like, for instance, it says if you're posting content on YouTube, do not post content if it includes any of the following. You cannot post content that encourages the use of home remedies or prayer. Can somebody put that in the chat? We cannot say on video on YouTube to pray about the so-called sickness instead of going to the red man to save you. I cannot tell you to pray to the Most High God to physically heal you from this so-called thingy thing, allegedly. I can't tell you to pray about it instead of going to the red man, because that's going to get my channel taken down. You see that? Content that encourages the use of home remedies, prayer, or rituals in place of medical treatment, such as consulting the red man. So if I'm very passionate about what I believe, and I believe in God more than man, I can't tell you put your faith in God instead of that man with that needle. I can't tell you that on YouTube, because my channel will get taken down. You understand what? So are you starting to see what I mean when I say strategic? We have to be very strategic. A lot of niggas on YouTube are all willy-nilly talking about this sickness like they can't get their channel shut down. I'm gonna tell you very, very seriously. My first channel was shut down because I was talking about the sickness. My channel was not taken down because I was talking about racism. My channel was not taken down because I was talking about black women. My channel was not taken down because I was talking about toxic femininity or feminism. My channel was not taken down because I was talking about the LGBT community. My channel wasn't even taken down because I was talking about America with 3 Ks. My channel was taken down specifically for the reason that I was speaking about this sickness. So we have to be very careful. Look at this. You cannot make claims about the injection that says that the injection will cause death, infertility, miscarriage, autism, or contraction of other diseases. Wait a minute. We cannot, somebody put that in the chat, we cannot say that this injection can cause death or will cause death to some people. But wait a minute. I'm just going to ask you a question real quick, YouTube, because I'm confused. Did you not admit from your own mouth that some people died after this injection? I'm just asking. So you're telling me we can't say what actually happened, right? Okay, well, okay, that's fine. I'm just reading it. Don't worry. Also, guys, we cannot make claims about the injection that says that the injection contains biological matter from fetuses or aborted fetal tissue. We can also not make claims about the injection that says it has substances or devices that are meant to track us. We also cannot make any claims about the injection that says that it will alter a person's genetic makeup, even though one could say that their RNA, the ribonucleic acid, the RNA, can somebody put that in the chat? You have DNA and you have RNA. The difference is these people who don't know what they're talking about online, they keep on saying that that this sickness or this injection is going to change your DNA. This is what you can't say that. You have to talk about they're modifying the RNA. It's a modification of the RNA molecules. Okay? So we have to be very strategic. That's what you see you see? They have all these rules, and if you didn't read this shit, you're going to get your channel taken down because you're going to make a mistake and say one of these things. You can look at this one right here. You cannot make a claim about a specific population, aka black people. You cannot say, for instance, that black people will be required by any entity except for a government. You see that? To take part in the trials or receive the injection first. Wait a minute. Let me read that again. We cannot, for instance, or for example, we cannot make a claim that black people, for instance, will be required to take the injection trials or receive the injection first, and except by any entity except for a government. Wait a minute. So are you? I'm just asking questions because I'm stupid, YouTube. I don't know if this is. I have no idea what this means. But are you saying that the only Because you said by any entity except for a government. So are you saying that a government, quote unquote, is the only one that can require a specific population to take part in injection trials or receive the injection first? Is that what you're saying, YouTube? Now, I don't know. I'm just asking these questions, so that's why I don't want my channel taken down. But if I was reading this stuff on YouTube and it's unclear for me. Can somebody put that in the chat? It's unclear. It's unclear. I don't understand, YouTube. You said that I can't make claims about the injection and says it's going to kill people who receive it. You said I can't make claims about the injection and say it's going to be used as a means of population reduction. You said I can't make claims about the injection claiming it will contain fetal tissue. So just so you guys know, these people are very aware of everything that is being said. And this is why we need to be very strategic about the things that we say. And how can we be strategic? We have to study these things. We have to study them and we have to know them, especially if we're going to come out here and try to teach somebody else and make a video for the internet. But without further ado, let's get straight into it. I've wasted enough time. Holla at your boy. Tonight, we're having an encore performance because last night, it was a little too much going on. So tonight, we're just going to get back to business, but without the bullshit this time. Encore performance, y'all. Now, put a 7 in the chat if you're ready for our first receipts. Let's do this. Let's recap some of the things that we were talking about last night. Can I do that real quick? Before we get straight into it, peace to everybody in the chat. But let's recap some of the things I was talking about last night because, like I said, some of y'all weren't here, whatever the case. I talked about a lot of stuff, so I'm not going to show all the stuff. Let's just run through some of the things that we talked about last night. Y'all remember this?
Now to a story you saw first on click2houston.com. A local teacher is accused of putting her son in the trunk of her car while she got tested for COVID.
According to the district attorney's office, she said he tested positive and she was trying to isolate him. And now we're learning that that woman is a teacher at a local school district. Our Bill Barajas is live now in Northwest Harris County with the latest. Bill?
Well, Cyfair ISD tells us she is a 41-year-old Sarah Beam, a Cypress Falls high school teacher. According to court records, that teacher went to Pridgeon Stadium's testing site on Monday with her son in the trunk of her car because he had tested positive for COVID and she did not want to be exposed. So she has been now charged with endangering a child. We came to her house to ask her about that. We were greeted at the front door by an unidentified woman. Conversation ending just after a few seconds.
Yeah, she's not home right now.
Okay. I can get a hold of her?
No, I do not. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Cyfair ISD police showed up just a few moments later. We were the only TV station there as they tried to make an arrest. They, too, were told no one was home, though.
A classroom feels to me like it should be an extension of my home.
Beam, seen in this Cypress Fairbanks ISD YouTube video, is a high school English teacher, according to the district, and has been with them since 2011. Court records say the 41-year-old pulled into a Northwest Harris County drive-through testing site on Monday. Court documents go on to say a witness told police she was gathering information from drivers in line waiting to be tested when she came in contact with Beam, who, quote, confirmed that her son, who had tested positive for COVID, was in the trunk of her car. According to authorities, Beam told the witness the 13-year-old was put there to prevent her from being exposed to COVID while driving. Court records say the witness requested to see the teen. Beam unlatched the trunk and the child was found lying down. Moments later, that same witness called police. And in a statement, Cy-Fair ISD said, quote, law enforcement conducted a full investigation resulting in a warrant for her arrest. Thankfully, the child was not harmed. They added that they have placed Beam on administrative leave. As of right now, no word yet on whether she is in custody or not. We'll keep checking and keep you posted. Live in Jersey Village, Bill Barajas, KPRC 2 News.
Last week, a Cy-Fair ISD teacher was charged after putting her COVID-positive son in the trunk of her car. Today, Sarah Beam appeared before a judge. Our Michelle Choi was in that courtroom.
Sherman, Sarah Beam remained quiet as she waited for her probable cause hearing. Her story has got a lot of mixed reactions, some criticizing her actions, others showing her support. This morning, our cameras were rolling as she walked into the courtroom. Shortly after, she stood before a judge. The Cy-Fair ISD teacher is charged with endangering a child, accused of putting her 13-year-old son in the trunk of her car at a COVID test site. According to court records, at the time, Beam told the district employee she put him there because he had previously tested positive and she didn't want to be exposed to the virus. Today, a judge said he did not find probable cause. We spoke with Beam's attorney shortly after.
We dispute the facts in the affidavit that was filed in this case, but even if they had been true, the judge has acknowledged with his finding that my client did not place her child in imminent danger of bodily injury. Thank you.
Even though the judge didn't find probable cause, he went on to say that didn't mean the state couldn't continue their investigation. I spoke to a prosecutor asking if they would keep pursuing the case, but they declined to give a statement. I also want to mention I followed up with the Harris County DA's office to get clarification, including if this means that charges will be dropped, but haven't yet heard back. As soon as we get an update, we'll let you know. Sherman?
Whoa, hey, why are you insulting my intelligence? Are you serious?
Ah, good old Sarah Beam. You remember her. Yeah, she put her son in the trunk, and then when she went to court, she admitted that she put him in the trunk, and the judge said, we have no probable cause. Don't worry about it. They didn't take the kid. They didn't shame her. Oh, she's a local teacher. Well, I don't know. I think that's a little bit unsettling, don't you think? Don't you think that makes it worse? This is a person who is responsible for our youth and teaching our youth, and if she says that our youth can't go on to the next grade, or our youth aren't smart enough, or they're not listening, or they're gonna fail, if she decides to fail our children, or you know, whatever different type of ways in which they passive aggressively or just directly fucking fuck with us in school in order to break our spirit, this woman who thinks it's a good idea to put her kid in the trunk because he so-called contracted a sickness. There's so many levels to this, and I'm not going deep into it, but we talked about that before. But why did I want to mention that real quick? Hold on. What's up with this internet, god damn it? Let me refresh this page. So there's so many levels to that story. I'm not even about to go deep into it. But why did I want to talk about her? Because this is the level of just psychotic ridiculousness that America 3Ks is falling into. You have people so scared of a so-called sickness that they're willing to put their child in danger by putting them in the trunk of a car. Anything can happen. You could get in an accident. Anything can happen. And you did that because you're scared of a sickness that you don't know for sure it exists in the fashion that the news says that it exists. I'm going to say that again. Put a 7 in the chat if y'all can see me, because it looks like my internet's a little choppy right now. This woman put her child in the trunk of a car because some little plastic test said that her child had a sickness. And so she put herself in harm's way. She put her child in harm's way so that she can protect herself. Somebody put that in the chat. She put her child in harm's way so that she can potentially protect herself. Y'all see that, right? So that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Why did this woman put her child in the trunk of a car? Why was she so scared of what this little plastic test told her? Now remember, we talked about this yesterday too. We talked about the fact that there was over 2 million tests that have been recalled. So this same woman who put her kid in the trunk of a car, she might have did that for no reason, because he might have been one of the 2 million plus Americans that had a so-called faulty or contaminated test. Over 2 million of them. You can go look that up. The company Ellume, put that in the chat, E-L-L-U-M-E. The company Ellume, which was sending millions of test kits around, they had to recall over 2 million test kits. And then the CDC, the same people who were involved in the Tuskegee experiment, can somebody put that in the chat? This is not misinformation, YouTube. How about that? How about this, YouTube? Is this misinformation? The CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, was involved in the Tuskegee experiments from the years 1940 to the 1970s. Is that true or false? Anyway, while you figure that out, did you know that the CDC, which by the way was involved in the Tuskegee experiment, they were the ones in charge of the Tuskegee experiment from the 1940s to the 1970s, and they employed black women such as Eunice Rivers Laurie. Can somebody please put that in the chat? Eunice Rivers Laurie. Go look her up. Her name is Eunice, E-U-N-I-C-E, Rivers, R-I-V-E-R-S, Laurie, L-A-U-R-I-E. Eunice Rivers Laurie is the black woman who was employed by the people like the CDC and the so-called health department and all these other medical associations of America. When I say America, yes, I mean 3Ks. These people did the Tuskegee experiment, where they went around telling black people that you have quote unquote bad blood in order to quote unquote study them. But I can't go too deep into it because remember, my channel was taken. But let's move forward, guys. Did you know that the CDC said that the test that they were sticking up your nose, somebody put that in the chat, the PCR test and all that, they said that their early test that they were giving out to you when everybody was going crazy and buying masks and they were trying to stick stuff up their nose, it says those tests were not only contaminated, but they were flawed as well. And then we talked about that, right? We talked about how the fact that not only were they contaminated, what were they contaminated with? Somebody put that in the chat. Solo, Gigi, Yaya's kids. Bless you, Yaya's kids. I don't think you were here last night, or maybe you stopped by. Maybe I didn't get a chance to talk to you last night. Yaya's kids. What up, Samuel? Samuel, what up, Mark? Hey, Samuel, this is, I need to tell you this real quick, Samuel. Did you know that the tests, did you know that a woman put her child in the trunk in Houston, a red woman who was a so-called teacher, she put her child in the trunk because he so-called tested positive and she didn't want to get sick, so she put him in the trunk to drive him to go stick a thing up his nose. But did you know that she might have done that for no reason, because there's over 2 million tests that have been recalled because they're giving out false positives. So while you think you're positive, that might not always be the case. So you put him in the trunk possibly for nothing, and then you took him to go get his nose messed with, but they're telling you right here that the stuff that they stuck up your nose was not only contaminated, but it was flawed. And look, this is from December 16th, so I'm trying to figure out How do they know it's still not contaminated? I mean, I don't know. I'm just, remember YouTube. I'm just asking questions. You're telling me that this shit that just happened, oh, it was contaminated. Okay, well, how do we know that you aren't, that same mistake isn't still happening? What the fuck? Are you guys awake? They're telling you their plans. They are telling you their plans. Somebody put it in the chat, Pinky and the Brain. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that Pinky and the Brain? Hold on. Cause maybe I am a little old now, so I keep on forgetting how old I am. Let me look this up. Hold on. Stick with me, guys. Cause I need to make this point real quick. Cause y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get this. Hold on, hold on. Let me show you this shit real quick.
Gee, Ray, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
The Pinky and the Brain. Yes, Pinky and the Brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. They're laboratory mice, their genes have been spiced. They're Pinky and the Brain, 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 brain. Before each night is done, their plan will be unfurled by the dawning of the sun. They'll take over the world. They're Pinky and the Brain. Yes, Pinky and the Brain. Their twilight campaign is easy to explain. To prove their mousy worth, they'll overthrow the earth. They're Pinky and the Brain, 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 brain.
Damn, that brings back memories.
I hope you're prepared, Pinky.
That brings back a lot of memories. Anyway, Pinky and the Brain, one of the most famous sayings from that show was, "What are we gonna do today, Pinky?" There was a stupid mouse. They were laboratory mice. They were being experimented on. Isn't that message? But anyway, they were being experimented on. But the reason why I brought it up is because there was a stupid one and there was a smart one, but they were like both in the same cage together. So the stupid one, who was Pinky, he used to tell the Brain, "What are we gonna do today?" And the Brain said, "The same thing we do every day. Try to take over the world." Right? Now, why am I bringing that up? Because he's telling you straight up, just like Pinky told, just like the Brain told you. They're going to tell you exactly what their plans are, just like the Brain told you. So I'm trying to figure out real quick. Can anybody let me know what it means when it said that the thing that they stuck up your nose, it was contaminated with synthetic fragments of the genetic material of the thing? Can somebody please comment for me and let me know exactly what that means, because I don't know. I'm going to ask you one more time before I move forward, because remember, we have a whole lot to talk about. What are they talking about that the investigation confirmed? It didn't guess. It doesn't say it's a conspiracy theory. Maybe I had a dream about it. It says an investigation confirmed that the kits were contaminated with synthetic fragments of the genetic material of the thingy thing. What does that mean? Does anybody know what that means? Because I'm still trying to figure it out, and I don't even know. I don't want my channel taken down just for asking questions, YouTube. YouTube, you wouldn't take my channel down just for asking questions, would you? Today we're drinking a little bit of, this still rosé, but this is from Napa Valley. This is from the Napa Valley. So we're going to see. I've drank this one before. I like this one. This was pretty cool. 12.5%. Remember, just so you guys know, I don't sip this stuff every day. I don't drink every day. That shit is very, It's very unhealthy to drink every day. I'm just going to let you know straight up. And not only is it unhealthy, but it's draining. And you're not going to get strong. There's no way you can be physically strong if you're drinking every day. You're definitely not going to be as strong as you would be. You definitely are not as strong as you would be. So can we get it crackling tonight? I'm going to show you exactly what we're talking about when we talk about this pinky in the brain shit, right? This pinky in the brain, this we want to take over the world shit. Now, I'm going to walk you through it because I've already brought out the receipts. I have the receipts ready for you, but all I need for you guys to pay is pay attention. Somebody put in the chat. It's a free online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding. That means you don't have to pay a motherfucking red cent. The only thing you have to pay is attention. So get your pen out, get your pencil out, and take some notes, guys. Let's take some notes. How about that? Who is this?
Terms of big pharma, which is a huge topic on the minds of mothers, especially. You're seeing what's happening at these school board meetings. Where do you stand on these vaccine mandates? And obviously, I know that you are pro-vaccine. Obviously, you did everything you could to get this vaccine out. I know where you stand on the vaccine.
It was one of the greatest achievements. We did it in less than 9 months.
To be able to do that. Yeah, but now it's taken a twist, right? It's gotten, now we went from this is a good thing and people should have this option to military men, you're going to have to resign because you're not getting this vaccine. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I stand on, forget about the mandates, that people have to have their freedom, but at the same time, the vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. We would have had in 1917, remember the Spanish flu, killed perhaps 100 million people. Actually, it ended the First World War because the soldiers were so, a lot of people don't know that. The soldiers got so sick. It was a terrible thing. There were no vaccines. There was no anything. I came up with a vaccine, with 3 vaccines. All are very, very good. Came up with 3 of them in less than 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 to 12 years.
And yet more people have died under COVID this year, by the way, under Joe Biden, than under you. And more people took the vaccine this year. So people are questioning how...
Well, no, the vaccine worked, but some people aren't taking it. The ones that get very sick and go to the hospital are the ones that don't take the vaccine. But it's still their choice. And if you take the vaccine, you're protected. Look, the results of the vaccine are very good. And if you do get it, it's a very minor form. People aren't dying when they take the vaccine.
What about the masking of children? That's a big one for moms right now.
I think it's a terrible thing. I think it's a terrible thing.
That flies in the face of science. The kids have a virtual 0% chance of dying of COVID, and yet they're insisting on these vaccine mandates. I mean, I'm sorry, on these masking mandates, and now even the vaccine mandates for small children. And what's going on there?
I think what's happening is you look at the masks where Fauci and a lot of other people said masks don't mean anything. All of a sudden he becomes a radical masker. I don't like to see the kids with the masks on. They're sitting in school. They have a hard enough time sitting in school.
Looks like China. I've been to China.
Well, and yet China's education system's a hell of a lot better than ours. You know what? They're rated number 2 or 3, and we're rated number 44.
But masking children, I mean,
no, it's bad.
The way it looks, right? It doesn't look like a free country.
I'm against it.
So, who is that? Somebody put in the chat. Y'all know who that is, right? We've talked about her before, and I showed you that before. Can somebody put that in the chat? Who was that? Who are those 2 people? Now, why am I bringing this up? Because recently, that video went viral, and I showed you that video, but it was causing, I won't say it went viral, but it was causing a lot of discussion within the political realm, and it was causing a lot of discussion within the black sector of woke YouTube or black Twitter, whatever you want to call it. What it was Candace Owens, who has made her entire persona, her entire living off of riding on Donald Trump's nuts, right? And she got married to a red man, and they were both wearing Make America Great hats again on at the wedding. You can go look up Candace Owens' wedding picture. She was wearing a Make America Great Again hat at her wedding with the red man, as she was. So this is a woman who loves Donald Trump. When I say, if you wear his hat at your wedding, this is your most important day ever, and you're marrying a red man, hold on, and you're wearing a Donald Trump hat. So that just lets you know exactly how much she really loves Donald Trump, right? Let me see if I can find a picture of them wearing that Trump. Look at this. Look at the cake. Y'all see the cake right there? Can y'all see that? Hold on. I don't know if my camera's gonna be able to pick this up. It looked like they had a wow, I can't even make this shit up. Look at this shit, y'all. Go look up the pictures of the wedding of Candace Owens. She has a Make America Great Again cake with the hat on it. You see this? This is how much she loves Donald Trump. So, just so you know, now, however, after she openly supported and created an entire campaign and created an entire career off of hugging this man's nuts, then he came out with the injection. Somebody put that in the chat. Because remember, we have to remember the timeline of events. Donald Trump is the one, as he just told you, he said we came out with this injection in 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. We came up with this injection in 9 months. Somebody put that in the chat, Operation Warp Speed. I hope you're listening to all this stuff, because if I'm just yelling into the wind and none of y'all can remember this and none of y'all can go tell nobody else in this in real life, there's no point of y'all watching this right now. I understand you like it and stuff, but if you're not going to remember this, write it down or try to somehow figure it out to tell somebody else or show somebody else this video, there's no point. Donald Trump, Operation Warp Speed, said he created the injection in 9 months. He's the one who brought you the Johnson & Johnson and all this stuff, and he bragged about it the whole time. So now, Candace Owens, she said, oh, what do you think, Zaddy, about I know you came out with the injection, but what do you think about all this stuff? Don't you think we shouldn't have to do all this, Zaddy? Basically, Candace Owens was there telling Zaddy to take it easy on her. Listen to me, y'all, because this is another lesson. Watch it again and look at Candace Owens' face. She's looking all in the camera, and look at Candace Owens. Just look at her eyes the whole time as she's trying to, she might as well just suck him off. She's doing all this and all that, and she's begging him to just say, I still love you and it's gonna be okay, and I'm not whooping your ass. She said, you're whooping my ass too hard, Massa. You're whooping me too hard. And she thought Massa was gonna take it easy on her. Because remember, the black man is the worst in the world. She talks to us like shit. Somebody put that in the chat. Have you ever heard how Candace Owens talks about black men? Whether it's George Floyd, whether it's this person, that person, whether it's the black community in general, Candace Owens has nothing but negative shit to say about black people. With the exception of her few colleagues, her few black Republican friends, those are the only black people that she thinks, oh, you know, but if you're a liberal and the leftist and all this left shit. But look how she's pandering to her daddy, and daddy said, bitch, I said what I said.
In terms of big pharma, which is a huge topic on the minds of mothers, especially. You're seeing what's happening at these school board meetings. Where do you stand on these vaccine mandates? And obviously, I know that you are pro-vaccine. Obviously, you did everything you could to get this vaccine out. I know where you stand on the vaccine.
It was one of the greatest achievements. We did it in less than 9 months.
To be able to do that. Yeah, but now it's taken a twist, right? It's gotten, now we went from, this is a good thing and people should have this option, to military men, you're going to have to resign because you're not getting this vaccine. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I stand on, forget about the mandates, that people have to have their freedom, but at the same time, the vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. We would have had in 1917, remember the Spanish flu, killed perhaps 100 million people. Actually, it ended the First World War because the soldiers were so, a lot of people don't know that. The soldiers got so sick. It was a terrible thing. There were no vaccines. There was no anything. I came up with a vaccine, with 3 vaccines. All are very, very good. Came up with 3 of them in less than 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 to 12 years.
You see that? I came up with it. Somebody put that in the chat. Donald Trump said from his mouth, I came up with 3 injections. He's talking about the Johnson & Johnson, the Pfizer, and the Moderna in less than 9 months. And he just shit on everything she was trying to say. Remember, she's trying to still support Donald Trump. Listen to me, y'all. Remember, we had that show we were talking about whose mans is this with Joe Biden? I was trying to ask, who the fuck voted for Joe Biden after he told your nigga ass that you better vote for him or you ain't black? Who still voted for him? But now I'm also asking who voted for Donald Trump? Because you know you got a bunch of proud black people, but when Donald Trump first started running, you didn't have proud black people opening their mouth in public and saying that they support Donald Trump. It wasn't the cool thing to do to support Donald Trump when he first started running. Not even his first and second year. These open black people for Donald Trump just started coming out in the last 2-3 years, but I digress. Why are we talking about Candace Owens in the way that she's talking to Donald Trump? Did you see how she was basically pandering to Donald Trump? Why? Why is Candace Owens taking it so easy on Donald Trump, but she has so much smoke for black people? Why is it? Somebody talk to me.
Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them niggas why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad, son.
People, you oftentimes forget like how old Trump is. He comes from a generation. I've seen other people that are older have the exact same perspective. Like they came from a time before TV, before internet, before being able to conduct their independent research, you know, and everything that they read in a newspaper that was pitched to them, like they believed that that was a reality. And one of those things was, you know, this push for vaccines and believing that people were going to die without vaccines. And so I believe that his support of the vaccine is genuine and it's not based in any corruption at all. I believe also that he only reads the mainstream media news. Believe it or not, I do not believe that Trump reads or partakes in any other news sources. You know, I don't believe that Trump is on the internet or, you know, that he necessarily uses like, you know, the web to try to find, you know, obscure websites. I think that he just relies on, you know, typical mainstream sources. So I don't think that there's anything evil going on there. I just wanted to say that. People, you oftentimes forget like how old Trump is. He comes from a generation. I've seen other people that are older have the exact same perspective. Like they came from a time before TV, before internet, before being able to conduct their independent research, you know, and everything that they read in a newspaper that was pitched to them, like they believed that that was a reality. And one of those things was, you know, this push for vaccines and believing that people were going to die without vaccines. And so I believe that his support of the vaccine is genuine and it's not based in any corruption at all. I believe also that he only reads the mainstream media news. Believe it or not, I do not believe that Trump reads or partakes in any other news sources. You know, I don't believe that Trump is on the internet or, you know, that he necessarily uses like, you know, the web to try to find, you know, obscure websites. I think that he just relies on, you know, typical mainstream sources. So I don't think that there's anything evil going on there. I just wanted to say that.
Y'all hear that, right? Y'all hear that, right? Did you catch it? That's the only question I'm going to have for you. Did you catch it?
Fuck you, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Back the fuck up. I'll knock the fuck out you. Damn, pussy. Hey.
Did you catch it? By the way, tonight's online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward is brought to you by Mum Napa Valley Brute Rosé. I'm getting it in. What up, Black and Green? What up, Angela? We about to pop this little bottle real quick. No big deal. Angela, do you know the name of tonight's online pro bono learning course? By the way, right now we're talking about, oh no, that's not the name of it. Hold on. That was last night's. Last night's we were talking about waking up. We were talking about even in the last days, there's still going to be people that wake up. So don't be so mad at everybody. Don't cast everybody off into the fire. And we were also understanding that when you wake up, that's only half of the journey. Because what's the point of waking up if you're not going to get out of the bed? I'm going to say it again. Yeah, you woke up. You're finally awake. You realized you're awake. But I'm going to ask you very simply, what's the point of waking up if you're not going to get out of the bed? But that was yesterday. Today, what are we talking about, Angela? Today, we're just having an encore performance. It's no big deal. It's just a little encore. Y'all said I was going through a bunch of shit yesterday. Hold on. I was going through a bunch of shit yesterday, so today we're just going to have a good encore performance where I could bring you more receipts. I was supposed to bring you these receipts yesterday, but I wasn't able to. I went off on a whole tangent, and I had to talk about what I talked about yesterday. But today we're going to talk about what we're talking about today. Now, somebody put that in the chat. Candace Owens. Candace Owens, listen to what she said. What up, King Chaka? King Chaka. Chaka, Chaka, Chaka. I want to see what you have to say about this, Chaka. And think wisely about this. Why is it that Candace Owens, you know what? Let me show you one more thing before I even ask King Chaka what he believes. Because Candace Owens, on one hand, she made her entire career. Can somebody put that in the chat? Candace Owens made her entire career being a flunky for Donald Trump. And you look, I showed you the pictures just earlier, and she was wearing Donald Trump hats at her wedding. She's married to the red man. She's got a baby by the red man with a Donald Trump hat on. Right? So she made her career on being a Donald Trump flunky. But why is this important? Because now Donald Trump is going against more than half of his fan base. Because he's the one talking about how this injection is the greatest miracle in all of mankind. So now Candace Owens, because remember, you got all these Negroes, and I'm so tired of Negroes telling me about Candace Owens, and I just need to listen to her, and da-da-da, and she's smart. Shut the fuck up. Candace Owens knows how to suck a smart dick. I said that. Candace Owens, yeah, she's smart. She'll smartly suck a dick. A red dick. That's what she'll do. Because there's no way that she's so fucking intellectual, but now when it comes time to bringing the heat, because remember, she brings the heat to black people. Somebody put that in the chat. Candace Owens brings the foot, and hey, I can't say nothing because you know J-LEETHAL puts your feet to the fire. But Candace Owens puts black people's feet to the fire, but you don't ever hear her talking about white supremacy. The systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy, to be exact. Why is that? And then when you see her in front of the fucking Grand Wizard, you see her in front of the Imperial Majesty fucking Red Dragon Ku Klux Klan member Donald Trump, and now she has a chance to actually challenge him on one of his stances, the injection. He said it's the greatest achievement in mankind, and she could have said, no, I don't believe that. You're tripping. But no, she's sitting there, Look at her face again, one more time. Just look in her face. Just look in her face.
In terms of big pharma, which is a huge topic on the minds of mothers, especially. You're seeing what's happening at these school board meetings. Where do you stand on these vaccine mandates? And obviously, I know that you are pro-vaccine. Obviously, you did everything you could to get this vaccine out. I know where you stand on the vaccine.
It was one of the greatest achievements. We did it in less than 9 months.
And to be able to do that. Yeah, but now it's taken a twist, right? It's gotten, now we went from, this is a good thing.
You see, she's trying to still keep her credibility. Can somebody put that in the chat? She's trying to make it seem like she challenged Trump when she knows she's not going to challenge her daddy. She's never going to challenge her daddy, especially not the way that she challenges the black man. Hell no. Are you crazy? But she has to keep her show because, you know, she has the Candace Owens show and all this other shit she's doing. So she has to keep her credibility in these little political circles that she's running around in. So she has to make it seem like she challenged Trump on his narrative. She didn't challenge shit. And listen to her, what she said one more time. She said Donald Trump is old. She started nigga-splaining. Somebody put that in the chat. She started coonsplaining. She said Donald Trump is old, guys. Don't be mad at him saying that the injection and him coming out with the injection and him bringing us the Johnson & Johnson. Don't worry about that. He's just old. Who does that sound like? Doesn't that sound just like the people who, the red people who are today alive, the 22-year-old, the 24-year-old, the 35-year-old, the 45-year-old red people who swear that they're not racist, but their grandfather is racist, their mother's racist, but don't worry, he's just senile, he's just old. And here's my favorite one. He comes from a different time. Talk to me in the chat, y'all. Isn't that the same playbook that the racists tell us? Oh, forgive George Washington. It was a different time in history. Forgive George Washington for being a human trafficker. How the fuck are you a human trafficker and now you're on the face of the dollar bill? You didn't pay $1 bill to the motherfucking slaves, but you're on the face of the dollar bill. How, Sway? But remember, he's just old. He comes from a different time, so don't be mad at Donald Trump. He's genuine. Donald Trump is genuine. He just doesn't read too much. He doesn't read. Listen to what she said. She's making all these excuses for her zaddy. Somebody put that in the chat. All these excuses for her zaddy. He sat there and told you exactly what the fuck. He doesn't look senile to me. He's well put together. He told you exactly what he did. He's naming all the statistics. He's naming all the dates. He's naming all of his achievements. Oh no, guys, don't worry. He's just old. He's genuine. He just doesn't read the other news sources. Then this woman, listen to what she said. Candace Owens said that Donald Trump is not on the internet. Remember, Donald Trump got kicked off the internet because he was saying everything that the internet doesn't want him to say, or supposedly. Remember, there's a whole entire movement called the so-called Q movement that is literally, allegedly spawned from Donald Trump and his support, and he knows this. He's given all kind of clues to his Q members and all this, but you're telling me that Donald Trump is not on the internet. You're telling me that Donald Trump, the man who coined the term fake news. Talk to me. Talk to me, guys. Didn't this man literally coin the term fake news? And you're telling me that Trump, he's not on the internet, he's just old, and the reason why he's supporting the injection is because he relies on mainstream sources?
People, you oftentimes forget like how old Trump is. He comes from a generation. I've seen other people that are older have the exact same perspective. Like they came from a time before TV, before internet, before being able to conduct their independent research, and everything that they read in a newspaper that was pitched to them, like they believed that was a reality. And one of those things was, this push for vaccines and believing that people were going to die without vaccines. And so I believe that his support of the vaccine is genuine and it's not based in any corruption at all. I believe also that he only reads the mainstream media news. Believe it or not, I do not believe that Trump reads or partakes in any other news sources. I don't believe that Trump is on the internet or, that he necessarily uses the web to try to find, obscure websites. I think that he just relies on, typical mainstream sources. So I don't think that there's anything evil going on there. I just wanted to say that.
But wait, there's more. Hang on to your seat, baby, because this one's a screamer.
I said that in my opening, and I will say it again. You know that white supremacy and white nationalism ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing Black America. You know that white supremacy and white nationalism ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing Black America.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
I said in my opening, and I will say it again. You know that white supremacy and white nationalism ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing Black America. you know that white supremacy and white nationalism is ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing Black America. Number one, father absence. Number two, the education system and the illiteracy rate. Illegal immigration ranks high, abortion ranks high, white supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it. I said that in my opening, and I will say it again. You know that white supremacy and white nationalism is ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing Black America. White supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it. The things that I said today that are actually harming Black America. White supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it.
Now talk to me in the chat. Talk to me nice. Where we at? Let's go out of space real quick. Talk to me nice, guys. By the way, like I said, I haven't even opened this. We're on our first hour. Don't worry. I'm giving you another 5 hours tonight. Fuck it. Message. Now, let's talk about it. How is it that Candace Owens can tell Donald Trump, oh, you're a nice guy, you're just old and misinformed? She's making up excuses for Donald. You made up all those excuses for Donald, and then when it comes out and it comes time to talk about the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy, you said if you had to make a list of 100 things, somebody put that in the chat. If Candace Owens sat there and made a list of 100 separate things, she said the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy would be nowhere on her list of things. Out of 100 things, she wouldn't even name white supremacy one time in her list of things that are harming Black America or keeping Black America from progressing. She said everything that's happening to Black people is Black people's fault, Black people's doing, and Black people will get out of it by themselves with nothing else being done, no other systems being changed. It is Black people. And listen to what she said. Somebody put in the chat. Listen to what she said, because you would have missed it. You're going to miss it if you didn't hear it. She said the number one thing affecting Black people is absent fathers. And now some of you might say, well, yeah, she's right. You know, well, she's concerned about absent fathers. Maybe she's like you, J-Lethal. She's worried about the attack on Black fathers. She doesn't want Black fathers to be systematically taken out of the home. But remember, no. Because if she was talking about Black fathers being systematically taken out of the home, she would have to automatically speak about the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. Because the only people that are systematically taking the fathers out of the home is the motherfucking Jezebel spirit, because the red man is allowing her to. So you can't talk about one without the other. But she said fatherless homes is the number one issue affecting Black people. Why? Because she's placing the number one blame on Black men. She said fatherless homes. Why? Because you're gonna give up that same bullshit narrative. You wanna leave it up to the people to figure out what that means. What do you think the average person figures out when you say fatherless homes? They're going to say the same shit like I said before. Oh, daddy just got up one day and just went to the motherfucking store to get some milk or get some cigarettes, and he just never came home. He was paying rent, or he was you know, providing for the kid and buying diapers and all that other shit. But one day he just left and never came back. That's the stupid ass narrative, the lie that the devil told that you've been perpetuating for 45 plus years. And now here Candace Owens is, the same woman who sucked on Red Zaddy's dick, and she was pandering to him. She's asking him for a motherfucking apology. She's trying to apologize for Donald Trump. But when it comes time to black people, she talks shit about George Floyd. Oh, George Floyd. Go watch the video on Candace Owens with George Floyd. I don't got time. Candace Owens said George Floyd was high on drugs when he died and all this other shit, like using the same talking points as these trolls that be coming on here. If I didn't know any better, if I didn't see Candace Owens and she was just typing on the computer, I would think Candace Owens was a red motherfucking troll. And you have the nerve to say that the number one thing affecting black people is not white supremacy, not the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. In fact, you said if you made a list of 100 things, the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy would be nowhere on your list as far as things that are keeping black people back. And the number one thing is what? Fatherless homes, deadbeat dads, you know, because all of us just get up and we hate our kids. We just get up one day and we just leave our kids, right? Ever since the 1970s, you've been telling this stupid ass lie, and it's only now that black men can have a motherfucking podcast or a camera, whatever you want to call it, to say their side of the story. You didn't want to challenge the narrative. And here's one more thing before I show you this video one more time. I got to say this. Notice they're talking about there's a gender divide now. There's a gender war. A lot of black women are saying, where's this gender war coming from? You didn't notice no gender war. You didn't say there was no gender war when Oprah Winfrey was taking a shit on black men's forehead for 30 plus years. I never heard the word gender war when all these women were shitting on men and men had no avenue to say some shit in public. Like women get all this sympathy, they're crying, they're eating chocolates and having book nights with their girlfriends and girls night out, ladies night out and all this shit. Fuck that nigga. Men never got to speak our piece, but the moment we get on the internet, now everybody's talking about a podcast and why you niggas starting podcasts. Well, because like Candace Owens said, the number one issue affecting black people is not the systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. The number one issue affecting black people is fatherless homes.
I said that in my opening, and I will say it again. You know that white supremacy and white nationalism is ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing black America. You know that white supremacy and white nationalism is ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing black America. Number one, father absence. Number two, the education system and the illiteracy rate. Illegal immigration ranks high, abortion ranks high, white supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it. I said that in my opening, and I will say it again. You know that white supremacy and white nationalism is ranks nowhere near the top of the issues that are facing black America. White supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it. The things that I said today that are actually harming black America. White supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it.
So I just needed you guys to see that. We're going to move forward, but I need you to stop talking and be about Candace Owens. I have so many receipts on this woman. She is a clear evidence of a house slave, in my opinion. I call her a bed wench, but that's what I call her. But look at it. How else can you explain it? She makes all of the apologies for red people. She gives red people the fucking benefit of the doubt so much. But everybody black, no, this and this. And how are you so particular and you know everything about what's wrong with black people and you're going to call it out and you don't give a fuck? But when it comes time to your daddy, now you got the puppy dog eyes. It doesn't make sense. And somebody said something really important before I move forward. Who said that? I think that was Raheem. Raheem said, okay, so if the number one issue in black America is absent fathers, why didn't you marry a black man? Wait a minute. You said the number one issue affecting black people is black men not being in the home, right? Well, why don't you have a black man in your home? Huh? Oh, not you. You're talking about all the issues, but not you though. Okay. Don't worry about it.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
One more thing real quick. Remember, I'm not going to go too hard on black women tonight, but I am going to sprinkle it in there. Somebody put that in the chat. We're talking about the sickness tonight. We're talking about the red man. We're talking about the serpent and the lies that the serpent told, but I do got to sprinkle some shit in there for the women every time, because y'all know that y'all have lost your mind. If you ever wonder why J-Lethal always talks about black women, because y'all have lost your mind completely. But listen to this. Remember I talked about the podcast? Remember I told you there was no war. What did Solo Dolo say? Solo Dolo said there was not a so-called gender war until we started defending our reputation. Nobody was talking about all this other shit and not having babies. You hear how black women are talking about, I'm just not gonna have no babies then. I'm not gonna be your slave and all this other shit. That none of that was being said when you had the microphone to yourself. You were just shitting on black men all day, shitting on them. And you didn't say you're not gonna have no more kids. Why? Because you wanted the medal of being a single mother for 40, 50 years. So I guess you wore that shit into the ground, huh? You can't beat a dead horse anymore. So you've moved on from being the battered down single mother. That narrative. You got all the money and you sucked up all the resources and you got all the applause and all the hugs for being the battered single mother. So now you've changed it to now, I don't want to be a mother at all then, fuck it. Because you niggas, instead of doing what you're supposed to do, you're getting on a podcast. Remember I showed you that before? I don't even think I have that receipt no more, but I showed you before how this woman said if she was the president of the United States, she said she would lock up men for having podcasts. She said any man who has a podcast, she wants to lock him up. That's what these women are saying. And remember, somebody didn't understand why I was upset about that. Because first of all, stupid, it's not a podcast. What I'm doing is definitely not a podcast. Trick. What I'm doing is an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. But you don't even understand that, so don't disrespect me talking about this is a motherfucking podcast. But why are they mad about you coming out with the podcast, black man? And I'm gonna give it straight up to exactly who shook the boat. Even though I don't talk about him no more, Kevin Samuels. Somebody put that in the chat. Kevin Samuels shook up the whole motherfucking internet, just like I told you he did when he came out. I have my issues with him personally, whatever, or not personally, but I have my issues with him, some of the things that he says, but Kevin Samuels is the one that shook up the whole internet, and he broke it publicly, kicked down the door. There was other people who've been working at it and been chipping at the door, but Kevin Samuels finally put that kick down the door to where black people can get on camera, and now people are at least listening to us. They might still be talking shit, they might still be leaving their little comments, they might still be watching in the shadows, but they're listening though. See, before 2020, nobody was even listening to the black man unless he had a microphone in his hand to sing a song or dance a jig. But now, in the year of our Lord 2022, the year of elevation, we've gotten into a weird space where black men are actually getting online and talking that talk and saying that shit with their chest and holding their nuts, and it's making sense. You know how many black fathers, man, listen. Somebody put in the chat, why don't black women want us to come out with a podcast? Why is it such a problem for a black man to come out with a podcast? You didn't have a problem with Oprah Winfrey's podcast for 40 years, bitch.
Nothing. We're not bringing nothing to relationships. For centuries, decades, we've seen our grandmothers, our mothers, our great aunts give everything and get nothing. So for the first time in history, we're saying no. You don't get a free incubator. You don't get a free maid. You don't get a free chef. We're saying no, and y'all losing y'all fucking minds. No, ma'am. And then y'all calling me a feminist. If you know me, you know, like, I still want Susan B. Anthony head. So that's not even the thing. Y'all just need a label to put on somebody who's telling y'all no. We said step y'all pussy up and y'all made podcasts. That don't seem weird to you?
Listen to me, guys. Listen to what she said. She said, we told you to step your pussy up. I guess that's the new fucking dumbass, which makes no sense. I don't have a pussy, so I can't step my pussy up. But she said, we told you to step your pussy up. I guess that means step your game up, and you created podcasts. Why did you create podcasts when we're demanding this and that from you? Bitch, because we're tired of your demands. How about that? You wanted us, put it in the chat. Black man, put it in the chat if you're tired of the demands of black women. How about that? Because we've been raised, when I say you're tired of the demands of black women, I'm not even talking about the women that you're dating. I'm talking about your grandma, your mom, your auntie, big mama, your sister, Sister Shirley. I'm tired of Sister Shirley at church feeling like she can look me up and down and tell me to pull up my pants or tell me a goddamn thing. I'm tired of my grandma feeling like because she used to, sing me little songs and make me tomato soup and grilled cheese that you think you can tell me that I can't go to the motherfucking George Floyd protest when I'm goddamn 30 years old. I'm tired of my mother telling me you should do this, you should do that, and motherfucking turning her back on me when I was the only motherfucker there for you. And what do they tell you, black man? Oh, who hurt you? Somebody put that in the goddamn chat. Who hurt this man, J-Lethal? He's always going on and on. What he's saying makes no sense whatsoever. Let's not focus on what he's saying. Let's focus on how he's saying it, the level in which he's saying it, the tone, the volume. Let's focus on whoever particularly did that to him because that's the person. There's only a few people like that out there. We just need to focus on who hurt you. Because it's not an epidemic, it's not a pandemic, it's not a cultural shift happening. It's not a deterioration of society as it were altogether. No, we need to figure out who hurt J-Lethal because clearly J-Lethal did something wrong to be hurt. That's a passive aggressive fucking thing to say, right? Who hurt you? That's like somebody telling you I was raped and then you're like, well, who raped you? Does it matter? I mean, I guess it kind of matters who raped me, but okay, you're going to catch him. I'm still dealing with the trauma. I'm talking about this rape shit. What you mean, who hurt me? If you want to know who hurt me, I got a lot of hurt from women in my life, and I need to ask black women, turn it around. I'm going to turn it around on you. My sister has hurt me and turned her back on me. My mother, my grandmother, my auntie, my baby mothers have turned their back on me. Now, I need to ask you, black woman, don't talk about the nigga that sexually molested you. Don't talk about your ex-boyfriend, Pookie or Ray Ray. I'm going to ask you, did your father let you down? Did your brother turn his back on you? Did your son turn his back on you? Come on. Did your grandfather turn his back on you? The same way men all over the world can name off 20, 50 women family members that turned their back on them. Can you name 20, 50 male family members that turned their back on you, black women? Do you know this pain? I need to know that before I even move forward, because you're talking all this dumb shit because you got a camera phone now and because the red man allowed you to have a motherfucking platform. Shut up.
This is your man.
Yes.
Look at the screen.
The white man is the devil, the Bible speaks of.
And that's what you're going to settle for.
I'm going to stick beside him.
Now, I'm going to play this one more receipt, and I'm going to calm down, and I'm going to get back to what I was saying, because I told you I'm not going to stay talking about the woman all night tonight. I told you that, but I got smoke for your ass. But I'm going to play this one more time in case you weren't here last night.
Yeah, I'm just wishing my daughter a public happy birthday. I wasn't allowed to know where her party was. There's nothing legal. They're saying that these are the kind of games that's being played. At the light, it's the kind of thing that really has affected my health for the longest. And I'm just not playing. I'm taking control of my narrative this year. I'm being the father, the best father, the yay version of a father. And I'm not finna let this happen. And we're gonna be in real time. Take a slight right turn onto I-405 right here. North. Chicago, happy birthday. I love you. And I'm just putting this online because I need y'all support. I didn't call Kim, text the nannies. I got on the phone with Tristan. He said, he asked Chloe, won't nobody give me the address to my daughter's birthday party right now? And that's going to imprint in her mind that I wasn't there for her. You get what I'm saying? Like, I was supposed to be in Miami recording my album. My whole schedule is all based around me being able to take my kids to school, me being there for them, making sure that I'm in their life. That's the whole point of having money. They take so many fathers just throughout America. They've been taking the fathers out the homes purposely. So I'm speaking up. I'm using my voice to say, this ain't gonna keep happening. This narrative is not finna happen. It's a lot of people that's down in a position where they ain't got no voice when people be playing games like this. Baby mamas be playing games. The grandmama be playing games like this. And it's like, as y'all know, they ain't finna play like that with me.
So, as you see, we got people like Kanye West. He said, fuck it, I need y'all's help. Kanye said he needs social media's help. And then we talked about only after he went on social media, that's when later it comes out that he was able to go to the party. And this is a picture of Kanye with his baby at the party. Like I talked about, this is a very Kanye West picture, guys. This is probably one of the most Kanye West pictures ever, where he's swinging the piñata. He's swinging the piñata with his baby after they tried to keep him away. And they thought he was just going to be quiet and go record his album or stay out of town. He said, fuck that. I'm going to get online and say, there's no reason why I shouldn't be at my baby's party. Everybody go on Kim Kardashian's Instagram and leave her a comment and tell her, why the fuck are you not letting Kanye go to the baby party? And so everybody got on social media and they told Kim Kardashian, why are you not allowing Kanye to his baby's party? And then all of a sudden he got an invitation. But think about how many black men couldn't get on social media in 1972, 1984, 1996, 2012, 2022. How many black men don't have a following and don't have $1 billion and don't have 1 billion followers to go online to text their baby mama and say, let that man see his kids? You know how many black men are actually just fighting by themselves? You know how many black men, myself included, who the mother and all the women took the baby mama side? How the fuck are you my mother and you took my baby mama side? How, Sway? How are you my auntie or my grandma or whatever, my sister, and you took my baby mama side? Like I'm really that bad of a monster. See, the problem is this. You want to blame everybody for being toxic. The problem is you don't want to live up to any standards. But we talked about that yesterday. Somebody put that in the chat. I have to move forward. We're going to get back on your ass, black woman, because I still got a lot of smoke for your ass. But let me calm down. Let's move forward, guys. Can I show you some more receipts? Can I show you a few more receipts real quick? By the way, thank y'all for coming in. Maximus, I see you. King Chaka, I see you. Solo, I see you. Raheem, I see you. Yaya's kids, I see you. Angela, I see you. All of y'all, I see you. But wait, I need everybody that's watching just to leave comments about what I'm saying. I don't need anybody just watching in the dark. Every single person that's watching, I need you to leave comments about what I'm saying. Let's continue with this talk that we're talking tonight. This is a post from Kyrie Irving. This is, if you go on Instagram, this is Kyrie Irving's most recent post on Instagram. He just posted this. He might have posted it today, I think. But y'all can go look it up on Kyrie Irving's Instagram. He posted this picture, and he be posting pictures like this all the time. And he doesn't explain it. Sometimes he just puts the picture with no caption. This time he said simply liberation. Somebody put that in the chat. Liberation. Kyrie Irving said, I need liberation. That's all he said. He just posted a picture of a young black boy playing chess. And then he said, liberation. Somebody put that in the chat. Kyrie Irving posted a picture of somebody playing chess. Y'all remember this one? I did this in June. This was one of our online pro bono learning courses in June, where I talked about we have to be strategic moving forward, and we're playing a strong game of chess. This is not checkers. This is not just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. We have to be strategic. Move left, move right, diagonal, go up 2 spaces and move to the left 1 space. You got some pieces on the board that could only go up 2 spaces, and then you have to move to the left or the right. You got some pieces that move diagonal. This isn't just an easy thing. So we talked about the importance of playing chess. Like the scripture says, we have to be as gentle as a dove and as wise as a serpent, right? That's what the scripture says. But then Kyrie Irving posted this picture on his Instagram today, and it's a little black boy playing chess, and it says liberation. Now, mind you, you see, I like the picture. I put the red heart right there. So I like the picture because I already know what he's talking about. Remember, we don't have to, in the year 2022, we don't have to spell this shit out. For the ones that are connected, put that in the chat. For the ones of us that are truly connected, we don't even really have to talk. Yeah, sure, I do these online pro bono learning courses, but that's for to reinforce and all this and to fellowship and to teach new people. But the few of us that are truly plugged in to the Most High God, we don't have to even speak. So I know what Kyrie Irving is talking about, but let's read some of the comments on Kyrie Irving's Instagram. This is from today, 26 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago. If you go in Kyrie Irving's Instagram, because remember, Kyrie Irving, we talked about it before. Kyrie Irving is the player, I think he's the only player now that hasn't got injected. And all the other players folded. All the other players bent their fucking knee. Somebody put that in the chat. Bend the knee. I'm gonna make that one of my videos in the future if the Most High God allows me. Tell these motherfuckers to bend the knee. They told Kyrie to bend the knee, and he said no. And now he's playing again in the NBA. Even though they tried to ban him from the NBA, he's playing in the NBA, crossing up niggas, dunking on niggas, making buzzer beater game winner shots, and he didn't have to bend down for the red man. So he posted this picture. But look at what they said in the comments. This is the craziest thing. Look at the different comments that are in Kyrie Irving's messages, and I need you to notice how they contrast each other. Look how very different these comments are. You got this one dude, he said, peace and love, big brother, to the picture. Another dude said, what does this mean, Kyrie? Remember, I told you, this is the picture that Kyrie Irving showed the people. And I told you that the ones who are plugged in, we don't even have to say anything because we know what it means. But look at this dude right here. What does this picture mean, Kyrie? But look underneath that. Get the injection. Somebody put that in the chat. Kyrie Irving posted a picture of a young black boy playing chess and saying liberation. And you still got people all in the chat talking about get the injection, get the injection. And then you got other people asking him, is he okay? You got other people just showing their support. So this is why I need you guys to focus on the fact that don't be so hung up on what one person says, because if you just allow one of your commenters to get to you, or if you start doing stuff just because somebody left a comment, well, maybe he might go get the injection, or he might have to explain himself, or he might have to do this, he might have to do that. But you see, the ones who truly love you and support you, they're just gonna say that. Peace and love. Fire emoji, heart emoji. They're gonna ask you if you're okay. That's all you need to worry about. The ones that are trying to give you love, encouragement, they're trying to, you know what I'm saying? These ones that are trying to tell you some stupid other narrative, don't worry about that shit. Don't worry about that shit. So now we got to move forward, okay? Can I show you some receipts, guys? This is an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. I'm going to tell you something very serious right now. Focus, focus, focus. This is where it gets serious. I usually wait 2 hours, but we're right before 2 hours. This is where it gets serious. But I'm not going to show you a bunch of videos right now. We're going to read right now. Is that okay? Can I show you some receipts? We're going to have to read, and you're going to have to talk to me in the chat. Now, these next things, I'm risking my channel by showing you this information. Do you understand that? I am risking my channel by showing you this information. So I need you to pay very close attention to the next slides I show you. I need you to pay very close attention to these next slides that I show you. Can somebody put that in the chat? The Center for Disease Control and Prevention was in charge of the Tuskegee experiments. This is from the official page from the CDC. I believe it's go look it up on Google, the official CDC website. You can go look it up. This is from the official CDC website. I need one of y'all to put this in the chat. Adverse events. I need one of y'all to put this in the chat. Adverse events. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that, yeah. I'm very sorry to hear that. But I need somebody to please put this in the chat. Adverse events. So we're going to be talking about reported, the CDC is talking about the adverse events that have been reported. Now, you might ask yourself, what is an adverse event? Don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to figure out what exactly is an adverse event. Because if you ask me, okay, put that in the chat. Without going to Google, tell me what you think it means, an adverse event. What the fuck does that even mean? Because remember, the serpent's tongue, the serpent loves to use deceitful language so that you get caught up in all the magic and all the bullshit. Because if it was just us, we would say exactly what it is. But what is an adverse event? Let's figure out what an adverse event is, guys. It says the following are serious adverse events of interest. Okay, these are from the CDC talking about the so-called sickness. These are so-called adverse events of interest to the CDC. It says anaphylaxis. Can somebody put that in the chat? Anaphylaxis. This is the first one we need to talk about. Anaphylaxis. I'm not a doctor. Just to let you guys know, I'm not trying to give out misinformation. I'm simply giving you the news that the news doesn't show, and I'm simply asking questions. But somebody needs to tell me what this is. Anaphylaxis. You can look at it right there how to spell it, but I need somebody to put that in the chat. Anaphylaxis after the injection is rare. Okay, I need you to notice how they keep on talking about everything is rare. This is rare, that's rare. Even though they told you it's safe and effective and all this shit, but now they're telling you this is rare, that's rare, that's rare. But here's the thing about what things that are rare. Just because it's rare, it still happens. Can somebody put that in the chat? Just because something's rare, it still happens. So anaphylaxis after the injection happens. So whenever they say rare, we're just going to say it happens, okay? Is that okay? Anaphylaxis after the injection happens. and has occurred in approximately 5 people per every million injected in the United States. Anaphylaxis is a severe type of allergic reaction that can occur after any kind of injection. Okay, so put that in the chat. Anaphylaxis is an allergic reaction. That's the first one that the CDC says you can get an allergic reaction from their injections, because that's one of the adverse events. Okay, let's read some more adverse events. Can somebody put this in the chat? Thrombosis. Don't worry about that long ass name. Just put in thrombosis. We're going to read about thrombosis. This is the second so-called adverse event after getting injected, according to the CDC. They said it's rare, but we know that rare means it happens. So thrombosis with thrombocytopenia syndrome after the Johnson & Johnson Janssen injection is rare, and it happens. The thrombosis happens, and it is serious. Can somebody put that in the chat? Thrombosis after the injection is serious, and it is an adverse event that causes blood clots in large blood vessels and low platelets. As of January 2022, we are still in January. As of January 2022, more than 17.7 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson injection have been given in the United States. The CDC have identified 57 reports of people who got the Johnson & Johnson and later developed thrombosis. Okay? Let's continue because I have some more things I got to say. Look at this. The CDC has also identified 9 deaths. Wait a minute, deaths? Wait a minute, hold on. This doesn't make no sense. Remember here, they said right here that we can't say that. Look at right here. It says that we can't say that the injection causes death. You see that? Look at this right here. We cannot, YouTube says that we cannot make any claims on our videos that says that people who take the injection will die because of it. We can't say that. But how the fuck is it telling us here that the CDC has identified 9 people who died that was caused by, directly attributed to thrombosis following the Johnson & Johnson injection? How is that possible? So I can't even technically say this? I can't say the truth that the CDC admitted? Or you're going to take my channel down? Okay, well, go ahead and take my channel down then, because I'm not going to lie. And this is not misinformation. This is what the CDC said. And you might say it's rare. It's only 9 people. Those 9 people had families. Women ages 30 to 49 should be aware of the increased risk of this rare. You see how they keep on calling it rare? It happens. Just because it's rare, it still happens. Let's continue. So far, what do we have? So far, we have anaphylaxis, can be caused by the injection. So far, we have thrombosis, can be caused by the injection. So far, we know that at least 9 people have died, and their death was either caused by or directly attributed to thrombosis following the Johnson & Johnson injection. Let's read this. How about this one? Somebody put this in the chat. Guillain-Barré syndrome, GBS. That's another one. You can get Guillain-Barré syndrome if you receive the Johnson & Johnson injection. It's rare, guys. Don't worry. It's just rare, but it happens. Guillain-Barré syndrome is a rare disorder that happens where the body's immune system damages your nerve cells. So here you are trying to get an injection to save you from something that may or may not even happen to you. Because just because you got the injection, that doesn't mean you even have the sickness. That doesn't mean you're ever going to get the sickness. So you're trying to prevent yourself from a sickness that you don't even know you're going to get, and you have a chance of damaging your nerve cells from getting injected from this because your body's immune system damages your nerve cells after you get injected if you have Guillain-Barré syndrome by that, causing muscle weakness and sometimes, oh my God, paralysis. This is real. This is why they don't want J-Lethal to be famous, because imagine if I had 1,000 people watching this live stream right now. But anyway, this isn't a live stream. This is an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuances, sometimes controversial topics, so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. But imagine if I had 1,000 people watching this live right now. This thing says it damages your nerve system. It can cause paralysis. You're going to be walking around here like Christopher Reeves, like Stephen Hawking, possibly. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying paralysis, you might, I know paralyzed people like Stephen Hawking. I don't want to be like that. Most people fully recover. You see how the devil talks? Most people, but not all, recover from Guillain-Barré syndrome, but some have permanent nerve damage. Permanent nerve damage. After more than 17.7 million Johnson & Johnson injections have been administered, there have been around 294 reports of GBS identified as of January 6th, 2022. So as of last week, there's almost 300 people who have this sickness that can possibly be attributed to this injection, and many of them might possibly be paralyzed. So you might have 300 people paralyzed. They don't got to worry about COVID no more. They don't got to worry about Omicron no more. Put that in the chat. I would rather take my chances catching COVID than take my chances being paralyzed. This is confirmed. Guillain-Barré syndrome. Somebody put that in the chat. Let me play one more thing. This is the last one, and I'm going to move forward. Myocarditis. Can somebody put that in the chat? This is the last one, but I need you guys to pay attention to this one. Myocarditis. Myocarditis and pericarditis, okay, after the injection is rare. Do you see how they keep on talking? Why do they have to keep on talking about how rare it is? Somebody put that in the chat. We already heard them say it's rare, it's rare, it's rare. Why can't they just say these symptoms are rare one time and let us read what the symptoms are? Just put one fucking warning and say all of the symptoms that we're about to tell you are rare. Why not just say it one time and let us read the symptoms? How come every symptom we have to read, you have to remind us that this shit is rare? Myocarditis is rare, but it happens, and it is an inflammation of the heart muscle. Can somebody put that in the chat? Myocarditis is an inflammation of the heart muscle. And pericarditis is an inflammation of the outer lining of the heart. Most patients, not all of them, focus on that. Most patients with myocarditis after the injection responded well, but not all of them. As of January 6th, we have received 2,777 preliminary reports of myocarditis. You talking about this shit is rare? 2,000 people is not rare to me. And by the way, the word rare is a fucking opinion. You cannot say for a fact what is rare. Rare is not a concrete thing. I rarely smoke blunts. Somebody put that in the chat. I rarely sip Hennessy. What is that? Every Tuesday and Thursday? Every Monday, every other week? What is rare? I rarely fuck bitches. What does that mean? They want to constantly... So, I need you to notice that 2,077 preliminary reports of myocarditis have been reported among people ages 30 or younger. Look at that. People younger than 30 are having inflammation of the heart muscle after the injection. And look at this. It's not just about Johnson & Johnson. Everybody want to talk about Johnson & Johnson. Look right here. Most cases have been reported after the Pfizer or Moderna, particularly in the men and young men. You see that? So somebody put this in the chat. Myocarditis. Myocarditis. And thank you guys for sticking with me. I know you guys like when I bring out the videos and stuff, but if you want to ask my opinion, I think these receipts where we have to read and research and we have to learn, this is just as important and just as impactful as the videos that I show. Because remember, this is a class. So somebody tell me, what is myocarditis? I'm going to read now that I said what I had to say, can somebody put me in the chat? What is myocarditis? Angela says myocarditis is an inflammation of the heart muscle. And then remember, the CDC has confirmed that there has been at least 2,077 preliminary reports of myocarditis after this injection. And it's not, this one's not even from the Johnson & Johnson. This one was reported from the Pfizer and the Moderna. But look at this dude. This is a soccer player, or if you want to be more technical, football. Because yeah, if you really want to be technical, soccer is really football. That's technically really football. The only time American football is when they kick the field goal. That's the only time they put their foot on the ball, is when they kick a field goal. So technically soccer is really football because the only thing they use is their foot pretty much. But anyway, this is a very popular and very well-known and very established soccer player, football player. Okay? His name is Alphonso Davies. Can you put that in the chat? It says Alphonso Davies has stopped training and is expected to miss a few weeks due to a mild inflammation of the heart. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Stop there. Wait. Black and green, did you hear that? Wait a minute. They said Alphonso Davies, this young black athlete who spends his entire life training and being in tip-top health, physical peak condition, they said he has inflammation of the heart after he tested positive, right? But what do we know about inflammation of the heart? What did we learn? What did we learn is one of the symptoms or one of the sicknesses associated with inflammation of the heart? Because remember, they said inflammation of the heart happens after the injection. They called it rare, but I said it happens. So here it says he has inflammation of the heart. But wait, let's read a little bit more. Somebody put that in the chat. Alphonso Davies. The defending Bundesliga, by the way, this is the team, this is the soccer team he plays for, Bundesliga. I don't watch soccer, so I don't even know where that is, what the fuck that is. But it says the second half of this, the defending Bundesliga champions confirmed on Thursday that the players and staff for this team that Alphonso plays on took their booster shot recently during the break. Moreover, the club is going to intensify testing routines, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I had to go do some research. I said, wait a minute. Because the Spirit led me to figure this out. The Spirit led me to all these receipts. And I had to go on the CDC website, and I looked up all this stuff myself, by the way, guys. There's no fucking... I went on the CDC website myself, and I underlined all this stuff, and I read all this stuff. Myocarditis is associated with the injection, and it's an inflammation of the heart muscle. And then a few days later, I saw that this soccer player had inflammation of the heart muscle. I said, wait a minute. Because remember, they're saying the reason why he has inflammation of the heart muscle is because he caught the sickness. But I said, I wonder if he got injected. So I had to do a whole lot of researching. It wasn't easy to figure it out. It wasn't easy for me to find it. But I had to go do a whole lot of researching on this dude named Alphonso Davies. And I had to go try to find out if he was injected or not. And sure enough, it says the players and the staff for his team, the Bundesliga champions, took their booster shot. But I said, that's not enough. I need to find out if Alphonso Davies, I know his team took it, but maybe he was one of the only ones that didn't take it. So I finally did enough research and enough digging, and this is the receipt I want to show you. Look at this. This is from one of the people with a blue check, so you know it's official, the blue check. It said Alphonso Davies' agent. Y'all can look this up. Who is the agent of Alphonso Davies? If this is not true, then forgive me, but it says it here, blue check. Alphonso Davies' agent, Nick Jose, tells me he spoke with Davies after an MRI showed Davies has a mild case of myocarditis. Remember, why is myocarditis important? Myocarditis is important because it is an inflammation of the heart muscle. And there have been 2,077 preliminary reports of myocarditis in people 30 years old and younger who received the injection as of January 6th. So when we find out that Alphonso not only got his shot, but he got his booster in December. And now he has to be out of the game for at least 4 weeks. But look at the bottom right there. It says, what does this say? It says, his weekly MRI, the team documents can confirm that it was a myocarditis-related inflammation. Alphonso trained yesterday. He's negative now. So they're trying to make it seem like he has myocarditis because he caught the sickness. But wait. How did he catch the sickness? Wait a minute. I thought you told us if we get injected, we're not going to get that sick. There's going to be mild symptoms. Are you telling me that myocarditis is a mild symptom? This man got injected and now he has myocarditis. So it would stand to reason that he either got the myocarditis from the injection or he got myocarditis from catching the sickness. But if he caught myocarditis from catching the sickness, how did he catch that and get that sickness if he was injected and boosted? You told me if I was injected and boosted, I would have extreme protection from these adverse effects. So somebody put that in the chat. These were the reported adverse effects. The so-called adverse effects. That's what they call it when you so-called get paralyzed, when you so-called die and all this other stuff. They said it is an adverse event. Can you believe that? But let's talk about this since we're talking about, oh no, let's not even, oh, but let's, yeah, I might as well show you this. We're talking about all these soccer players that are, there's a whole lot of soccer players that I had to research are passing out. And it turns out that a lot of these soccer players that are passing out have got the injection. But look at this. This is from the website, the dailysabah.com. This is in Turkey, the country of Turkey. It says the country of Turkey started offering a 5th dose. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. A 5th dose?
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
Take the vaccination. Take the vaccination. Take the vaccination. Take the vaccination. Now. Now. Keep hope. Keep hope. Alive. Alive.
I'm not asking what's in the infusion. I'm not looking up all of the ingredients in the infusion. I am sticking out my arm and I am taking the infusion. And that's what we have to do.
Okay.
Nigga like me, I never do that.
A nigga like you.
I'm not one of those niggas.
Do y'all see what's going on here? Now they're offering the 5th injection. I haven't even got my 1st injection, but you got countries like Israel that are offering the 4th injection. Israel, quote unquote Israel, offering the 4th injection. You got places like Turkey offering the 5th injection. Look at this right here. It says that this is from December 31st, 2021, a few weeks ago. It says the health ministry in Turkey has started offering the 5th booster dose to a specific group of people. Individuals who received the first 2 doses of the Chinese Sinovac and 2 doses of the BioNTech injection at least 3 months ago will be able to get an appointment for the 5th dose. Can you hear me? Remember, this woman said she doesn't care what's in the injection. She's just going to stick out her arm and get the injection. How many times are you going to stick out your arm? That's my question, because now they're on number 5. They're on number 5. So my question to black people is, how many times are you going to roll up your goddamn sleeve for the red man? Okay? Now, you've been patient enough. Let me show you some videos now. We've did enough reading. Let's close the textbooks. Put that in the chat. Close up the books. Close up the textbooks. We're gonna read some more receipts later. But now that you guys are starting to see what I'm talking about, let's read more about these soccer players. Because remember, it says Alphonso Davies, this young, otherwise healthy black soccer player, he got myocarditis after getting injected and so-called getting the sickness. We don't know if it was related to the injection. We don't know if it was related to the sickness, but in either case, he wasn't supposed to catch it based on the mainstream narrative. Look at this right here. Look at this. This is more soccer players. It says there have been more than a dozen players collapse over recent months, including Christian Eriksen, Sergio Aguero, Wigan, Striker, Wyke, and with many being attributed to an unknown heart condition. They're calling it an unknown heart condition. All these otherwise young soccer players passing out unknown heart conditions, right? And then you have this dude right here. He's another soccer player. His name is Osman Koulibaly. Osman Koulibaly suffered a cardiac arrest. Now remember, all of these players have been injected. Like, in order to play the game in 2022, you have to be injected and boosted and all this other shit. So that's why I'm talking about all these players passing out and catching heart attacks. If it was any other circumstance, okay, he just had a heart attack. But you have to ask questions when this is the case. Somebody put it in the chat. Osmain Coulibaly. Misty. Go, please put this in the chat. Osmain Coulibaly. I know it's kind of hard to spell it, but the name is Osmain Coulibaly. He's another soccer player that passed out. He had a cardiac arrest while playing soccer.
نعم هو نادي الريال. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. ما الذي يعاني منه كوليبالي في أرضية الملعب؟ ما الذي يعاني منه كوليبالي في أرضية الملعب؟ عثمان كوليبالي لاعب نعم هو نادي الريال. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. ما الذي يعاني منه كوليبالي في أرضية الملعب؟ ما الذي يعاني منه كوليبالي في أرضية الملعب؟ عثمان كوليبالي لاعب
Osman Coulibaly. He had a random heart attack while playing, allegedly after. I mean, you tell me what you see here.
نعم هو نادي الريال. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. كل السلامة لكوليبالي. ما الذي يعاني منه كوليبالي في أرضية الملعب؟ ما الذي يعاني منه كوليبالي في أرضية الملعب؟ عثمان كوليبالي لاعب.
Can somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
קצת פוחדת וזה בסדר, יש הרבה ילדים שפוחדים. אבל עוד כמה שניות זה יהיה טיק קטן וזה יעבור. בשידור חי אומנם יש קצת לחץ, אבל זה גם אירוע מאוד יפה ומיוחד, יחד עם ראש הממשלה שמגיע לבדוק ממש שהחיסון יוצא לדרך, וזו נועה שהיא קצת חוששת. אבל עוד כמה שניות זה יהיה טיק קטן וזה יעבור. בשידור חי אומנם יש קצת לחץ, אבל זה גם אירוע מאוד יפה ומיוחד, יחד עם ראש הממשלה שמגיע לבדוק ממש שהחיסון יוצא לדרך, וזו נועה שהיא קצת חוששת. נועה, ממש תודה, את גיבורה גדולה. עכשיו הולכים לאכול גלידה, נכון? קצת פוחדת וזה בסדר, יש הרבה ילדים שפוחדים. אבל עוד כמה שניות זה יהיה טיק קטן וזה יעבור. בשידור חי אומנם יש קצת לחץ, אבל זה גם אירוע מאוד יפה ומיוחד, יחד עם ראש הממשלה שמגיע לבדוק ממש שהחיסון יוצא לדרך, וזו נועה שהיא קצת חוששת. אבל עוד כמה שניות זה יהיה טיק קטן וזה יעבור. בשידור חי אומנם יש קצת לחץ, אבל זה גם אירוע מאוד יפה ומיוחד, יחד עם ראש הממשלה שמגיע לבדוק ממש שהחיסון יוצא לדרך, וזו נועה שהיא קצת חוששת. נועה, ממש תודה, את גיבורה גדולה. ועכשיו הולכים לאכול גלידה, נכון?
Well, we have good news tonight, and I mean much bigger good news than MSNBC ratings. We have great news. We have the best news that we have delivered to you about the COVID-19 pandemic since we began covering it a year ago. You are going to be vaccinated. You're going to be vaccinated sooner than you think. If you haven't been vaccinated already, you and every adult you know will be vaccinated in the next few months. President Biden has arranged for the delivery of enough vaccine by May to vaccinate every adult in America.
Fuck you, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Back the fuck up. I knock the fuck out you.
Damn, man.
Pussy. Hey.
Told y'all want my money. Hi, I'm a pimp. I don't have the energy to disrespect my women if I'm disrespecting my body. Please, get the vaccine.
So, are you planning on getting your vaccine?
No.
No.
No. I don't trust it. I've never gotten the flu shot either, though, and you and I have talked about that, and several of the doctors on my team talked to me about, Wendy, we'll get the flu shot. I've never had the flu. I'm not getting a flu shot. I very rarely get a cold. I never have headaches. I don't take an aspirin because I feel my heart murmur or something like that. I'm not getting, no, I don't trust it. There, I said it. Yeah.
So let me go back to vaccines for a second, because what you say and believe is so important to a lot of people. I mean, millions and millions of Americans are going to say, Wendy Williams didn't get a vaccine, so I don't want to get a vaccine. So let me just ask you, if there's anything that could happen that would make you feel comfortable. 10 million people get vaccinated without a problem. Your neighbor gets vaccinated, a sibling, your son gets vaccinated, someone that's dear to you gets vaccinated and does well, that might make you think, you know, just to get past the hassle of having to lie on my back, recovering from COVID-19, or maybe not recovering, is not worth the risk, that I might actually consider this vaccine?
I'm not getting the vaccine. Listen, 10 million people and more have the flu vaccine, and how many people per year catch the flu? You know, no, I'm not getting the vaccine, Dr. Oz. I'm not. I don't trust it.
And is there something in particular you don't trust about it? The fact that it was made quickly, the fact that we don't have enough follow-up? What specifically is bothering you about it?
Doctors are really smart people, but doctors don't know everything. And that's been proven as well. I'm not getting the vaccine. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't get the vaccine, everybody watching. I'm just saying I'm not getting the vaccine.
Now remember, why are we talking about this? Why do I keep on showing you Wendy Williams? Because I don't fuck with Wendy Williams. I feel like Wendy Williams has been a cancer to our community. But Wendy Williams stood up and she said, I'm not taking it. And she's a black woman, even though she's wearing that European blonde hair hat on her head. And she told the red man, I'm not doing it. So if you're going to talk to me, who's an official member of the runaway slave gang, by the way, please go press the thumbs up button because YouTube hates me. And I am Black History. I am Black History. And when I say black, I mean those human beings that are absorbed with light. And when I say history, I mean history is being made right now as we speak. How the fuck do you know who's going to be in the history books in 20 years, 50 years, 100 years from now? How do you know who's going to be a hero 50 years from now? Who's the heroes of today? It's definitely not these motherfuckers on TV. Because once the shit hits the fan, all these motherfuckers that was on TV trying to sell us out, whether they look like us, whether they look like the red man or they look like somebody else, if you was trying to sell us out 50 years from now, we're going to know that shit. 70 years from now, we're going to know the motherfuckers who was the open traitors to us. And we're going to also know the motherfuckers who stood up and did something more than just played Pokemon or tried to build up their kingdom on this earth. We need to know the heroes that did it for the children that you don't even have yet, the children that you don't even know, or the children that you do have and you want your children to live a good life. You're telling me you're gonna leave this bitch ass system in this society for your children to figure this shit out when you're gone? How is it going to look in 30 years from now for your children in the dating world? Somebody put it in the chat. How is it going to look in the dating world in 30 years from now for our children? How are our young black men going to go on a blind date? What? Somebody put that in the chat, a motherfucking blind date. You remember that? You don't know, you just met online or somebody hooked you up. It's a blind date. You never seen him before, but you meet him at the restaurant and now, oh, hey, are you Samantha? Yeah, are you Timothy? Oh, yeah, let's have our conversation now. A blind date. What is a blind date gonna look like in the year 2070? If everything keeps on going how it's going right now, in the year 2040, the year 2050, the year 2070, what is a blind date gonna look like for the black man? You tell me.
Material girl. I want Chanel 9 boots. Saw these niggas steady jocking cause they know I'm the truth. Material girl. And I get it from my mammy, Balmain, bust downs. These hoes can't stand me. Material girl. Currently working on a Grammy, meanwhile pussy popping with your man in Miami. Currently working on a Grammy, meanwhile pussy popping with your man in Miami.
How, Sway? Take a few steps back.
Look, but don't touch. You used to free bitches, I cost too much. I'm married to the money, baby, you can keep it tucked. Stop asking the same questions, you fucking away. I like a supersized nigga, money deluxe. Want my money, now you stutter? Well, what? Let me make it real clear, fuck nigga, pay up. Broke niggas leave a bad taste, yeah. Out my way. This her right here. This the bitch that was stealing all your dick. So I heard you been trying to steal my TikTok.
I ain't finna steal nobody's TikTok.
But you saw them practicing, right?
I definitely did, ho.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all always just trying to steal our grooves, steal our emotions. You think we don't know this? But guess what? I got stuff for y'all bitches. Meet us in the gym, and we gonna show you how I go.
Okay,
here we go.
Bye. Back to class. Let's go.
It's trap season, bro. Here we go. 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 Here we go.
All the thick girls, stank walk with it. Stank walk with it. Stank walk. One time for the slim girls, get loose with it. Get loose with it. Get loose with it. Cute face, ass fat. Jump in my jeans, jump in my bag. Pull a VIP, we ain't going outside. I'm feeling like B, I'm the best you never had. Arch your back, pop your cat, charge some text. That's that. Pussy sounding like crack. I need them wrecks. Pussy need a plaque.
It's trap season, bro.
I'm tired of this shit.
Kill all these fuckers. Shit. I'm so fucking tired of this shit. Fuck this shit. Nobody motherfucker. Fuck you. Fucking tired of this shit. Don't let me kill all you motherfuckers. Come on, motherfucker.
Motorsport through the dead, try to top in the limb. Chanel bags that'll make me know it. You need a hot girl, boy, you gon' have to show it. You wanna taste, baby boy, you gon' have to throw it. Deposit all accounts, baby, keep the cash flowing. Bust down wrist, but the bust down, keep them going. Tennessee on my lips, take a sip. I like my niggas laid, don't come here with no chips. How much is you paying? I don't speak broke boy language. You can leave with the crew that you came with. Me and my bitches ain't playing.
Where are you going?
I hate this house. I hate this house. I hate this house.
Where are you going?
I hate this house. I hate this house.
What is going on here? This is not normal. This is not how things are supposed to function.
What the fuck?
Whoa, hey, why are you insulting my intelligence? Are you serious?
Put a 7 in the chat if God is great. Cause remember, they're gonna try to kill J-Lethal. I'm just and people don't like when I say that, but I'm saying what I know. They're gonna come for J-Lethal. That's a fact. That is a fact. They're already on my ass. I can't do this forever, guys. I love you. I want to do it forever. I want to do it every Monday for eternity. I can't. It's not possible. Somebody put that in the chat. Naftali Bennett. Naftali Bennett.
קצת פוחדת וזה בסדר, יש הרבה ילדים שפוחדים. אבל עוד כמה שניות זה יהיה תיק קטן וזה יעבור. בשידור חי אומנם יש קצת לחץ, אבל זה גם אירוע מאוד יפה ומיוחד יחד עם ראש הממשלה שמגיע לבדוק ממש שהחיסון יוצא לדרך, וזו נועה שהיא קצת חוששת. אבל עוד כמה שניות זה יהיה תיק קטן וזה יעבור. בשידור חי אומנם יש קצת לחץ, אבל זה גם אירוע מאוד יפה ומיוחד יחד עם ראש הממשלה שמגיע לבדוק ממש שהחיסון יוצא לדרך, וזו נועה שהיא קצת חוששת. נועה, ממש תודה, את גיבורה גדולה, ועכשיו הולכים לאכול גלידה, נכון?
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Now remember I talked to you about Naftali Bennett, who is the so-called prime minister of so-called Israel. Somebody please put that in the chat. Naftali Bennett is the prime minister of Israel. They're giving the 4th injection over there. And then he had this woman, and she clearly did not want to be injected. Clearly. And he's sitting here telling you it's going to be okay. This is beautiful. She's just a little nervous. And then he offered this grown woman. That was a grown woman that was sitting there trying to keep her arm away from the needle. He told a grown woman, "Do you want some ice cream?" What type of dictator ass Kim Jong-un shit is that? What the fuck? You just offered this woman ice cream for getting the injection when she clearly showed on live television that she moved her arm away from the needle. Lord, help us all. Black Jesus, take the wheel. But remember, I also talked about Dr. Oz. Remember, somebody put that in the chat. Dr. Oz, I talked about this yesterday. Dr. Oz is the same dude who told Wendy Williams that she needs to get the injection.
So, are you planning on getting your vaccine?
No.
No.
No. I don't trust it. I've never gotten the flu shot either, though, and you and I have talked about that, and several of the doctors on my team talked to me about, Wendy, we'll get the flu shot. I've never had the flu. I'm not getting a flu shot. I very rarely get a cold. I never have headaches. I don't take an aspirin because I feel my heart murmur or something like that. I'm not getting, no, I don't trust it. There, I said it. Yeah.
So let me go back to vaccines for a second, because what you say and believe is so important to a lot of people. I mean, millions and millions of Americans are going to say, Wendy Williams didn't get a vaccine, so I don't want to get a vaccine. So let me just ask you, if there's anything that could happen that would make you feel comfortable. 10 million people get vaccinated without a problem. Your neighbor gets vaccinated.
Hey, guess what, Dr. Oz? 10 million people didn't get injected without a problem. There's problems. We talked about it. Somebody put in the chat. Dr. Oz is sitting here talking about, well, what happens if 10 million people get injected and there's not a problem? We've talked about there's problems, Dr. Oz. There's problems. 10 million people get injected without a problem. There's problems. There's adverse effects. There's problems. There's anaphylaxis. There's problems. There's thrombosis with thrombocytopenia syndrome after the Johnson & Johnson injection. There's problems because the CDC has also identified at least 9 people that have died that it was caused by or directly attributed to thrombosis. There's problems, Dr. Oz, because the Guillain-Barré syndrome is damaging your nerve cells and possibly causing permanent nerve damage and paralysis. That's problems. There's problems because myocarditis is an inflammation of the heart muscle that can happen. That's a problem, Dr. Oz. But why am I talking about Dr. Oz? Because remember, Dr. Oz is the same dude that just told Wendy Williams that she needs to get the injection. Get your injection, Wendy Williams. It doesn't matter about anything else. Get the Johnson & Johnson. Get whatever injection you want, right? Talk to me, guys. He just told Wendy Williams to get whatever injection she wants, and she needs to get it because she's irresponsible if she doesn't want to get it. And she doesn't want to tell her people to get it. But listen to this.
The challenge is a debate. I'm challenging him, doctor to doctor, to actually argue about the merits of vaccine mandates, about ignoring naturally acquired immunity. So if you've actually had the illness, why would that not count as protecting you? Wait.
Stop right there. Dr. Oz just said, what about natural immunity? Somebody put that in the chat. What about natural immunity? Dr. Oz, quote unquote, who just tried to force Wendy Williams to get the injection and tell black people to get the injection, now he wants to debate Dr. Fauci. Somebody put in the chat, Dr. Fauci versus Dr. Oz. He wants to debate Dr. Fauci because now Dr. Oz is saying, what about natural immunity? Meaning, if you've got the sickness before and you fought it off, you should be okay. Well, how come you didn't say that to Wendy Williams, Dr. Oz? Talk to me in the chat, guys. Let's talk about it. Why didn't Dr. Oz tell Wendy Williams about that? Hey, what about natural immunity? No, you didn't say nothing about natural immunity to Wendy Williams. You said get one of the motherfucking 3 injections and that's the end of the story and tell your people to get it. But now you talking about you want to debate somebody? This is the nerve of the red man, like I told you. But why do you want to debate? The reason why Dr. Oz is trying to debate Dr. Fauci is because the system is crumbling before our very eyes. And now Dr. Oz is trying to save his credibility. Because in the year 2022 and in the year 2023 and 2024 moving forward, guess what? All these niggas being exposed. So Dr. Oz is trying to save his credibility the same way that Candace Owens was trying to save her credibility. Remember Candace Owens was trying to save her credibility and stick up for Donald Trump? All these niggas want to live into the new world. Somebody put in the chat. These old ass demons want to live in the new kingdom somehow. They want to masquerade and camouflage into the new kingdom. So Dr. Oz wants to keep his credibility. So now you want to debate Dr. Fauci about natural immunity because people are doing their own natural research, huh? But Dr. Oz, you wasn't saying nothing about no motherfucking natural immunity to Wendy Williams. But okay. I'm just crazy, right? Talk to me in the chat. I'm just crazy. This isn't a matter of 6 months. You're telling this black woman to get injected. 6 months later, now you want to debate about, oh, we might not even need the shot. We might have natural immunity.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
But I'm going to continue. Somebody put in the chat, he wants to debate Dr. Fauci. Dr. Oz wants to debate Dr. Fauci. Peace to everybody in the chat. I know I'm not reading the comments right now because you know I'm in my mode. If YouTube doesn't take this video down, I'm going to read the comments later. I read every single comment after. There's a way you can read the live comments later. I read every single comment you guys leave, and y'all are funny as hell, and y'all are creative as hell, and y'all are smart as hell, informative as hell. Y'all love each other in the comments. Y'all are always talking to each other. You're embracing each other. I really appreciate every one of y'all. And if you're a moderator particularly, or even if you're not, but regardless, but particularly the moderators, I know it's not fun to be a moderator because you don't get to do anything, and I get mad at you when you block people, but there's gonna come a time, as there's came before, where the trolls come in the chat, and I'm gonna need you guys moderators to take care of the trolls in the chat. And if you've noticed, the trolls aren't bothering me anymore. Somebody put that in the chat. If you go look back on my earlier videos on this new channel, the trolls were really coming hard for me when I first started my new channel. They're not trying me no more. Because what do I do? What do I do when it's time for it to deal with a troll? I'm gonna do this. And the same thing I usually do, and I'm gonna do it the same way I do it, and I'm gonna tell you guys the future. I'm gonna put this chat right here. And none of you guys are gonna call in. I don't know why you guys don't call in, but it's okay. None of y'all want to call in, that's fine. But you're watching me for 4 or 5 hours, but you don't want to call in. I'm just saying, it's a little weird. It's a little suspicious and weird. Wait a minute. It's a little suspicious and weird that you don't want to call in. But if you want to call in, you can cover your face like this, and you can just have your voice go like that. But anyway, click this link, and in 2 and 3 minutes, you can talk to J-Lethal about what I've already said or about the stuff I'm about to say. Okay? So let's move forward. Somebody put in the chat, Dr. Fauci. Dr. Oz wants to debate Dr. Fauci.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
Dr. Oz wants to debate Dr. Fauci.
Is that if you look at the children who are hospitalized, many of them are hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID. And what we mean by that, if a child goes in the hospital, they automatically get tested for COVID, and they get counted as a COVID hospitalized individual, when in fact they may go in for a broken leg or appendicitis or something like that. So it's overcounting the number of children who are, quote, hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID.
Did you catch it? Did you catch the serpent's tongue? Did you catch the serpent's tongue?
Is that if you look at the children who are hospitalized, many of them are hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID. And what we mean by that, if a child goes in the hospital, they automatically get tested for COVID, and they get counted as a COVID hospitalized individual, when in fact they may go in for a broken leg or appendicitis or something like that. So it's overcounting the number of children who are, quote, hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID.
Talking about...
As I've told you a million times before, the serpent's tongue is very serious. Now he's saying there's a difference between if you're in the hospital with the sickness or basically if you died with the sickness, if you died because of the sickness. You see the difference? See, the serpent is gonna now here's some knowledge I'm gonna tell you guys real quick. Do you know about the serpent? Does anybody know about the serpent? The serpent is a very, very interesting creature, right? The serpent is a very interesting creature. It's like, for a number of reasons, but let's just talk about this one thing. The serpent is one of the only creatures that has that tongue like that. That little bitty tongue that it has two pieces to it. It's not just one tongue. It's not just one tongue. It's a tongue and it's going both ways. Do you see that? The serpent's tongue goes both ways. That's why I'm not going to talk about the LGBT community, but in the LGBT community, they have a sentence, a statement that says, oh, they go both ways. So the serpent has what Gigi says is called the forked tongue. It goes both ways. It's forked. When they say forked, it means like, you know, in those old movies, they say, oh, you're going to go left, you're going to go right. You're trying to find directions. You know, you ever watch one of those old movies and then you're trying to find directions in some old town. You pull over to the gas station at some old rinky-dink deserted place. You say, hey, how do I get gas? How do I get out of here? You say you're going to make a left, you're going to make a right. You're going to go 5 miles down and then you're going to run into a fork in the road. That means you can go left, you can go right. That's the fork in the road. So the forked tongue means there's a left tongue and there's a right tongue. It goes both ways. And not only does it go both ways, look at this. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. This is the serpent right here. You see the serpent? This is the head of the serpent. This is the tongue of the serpent. It goes both ways. But look at the body of the serpent. Can somebody put that in the chat? You see the body of the serpent? You see how the body of the serpent goes both ways? Somebody put that in the chat. Not only does the tongue of the serpent go both ways, left and right, right? Somebody put that in the chat. So the tongue of the serpent, come on, follow me, guys. You know what? Do I got to put the hat on? I think I got to put the hat on. I just got the notion to put the hat on. Fuck it. We about 2 hours in. We still got about 2 hours more. Fuck it. We going to do it tonight. 5 hours. I'm giving you 5 hours. By the way, guys, this is an encore presentation. I don't know if you knew that. I was live last night, but I had some shit going on earlier in the first hour, so it was a little crazy. So this is an encore performance of what we're doing tonight. We're bringing some more information out because why not? I figured out this information, so why not bring this information to the people? You dig? Go ahead and put a 7 in the chat if God is great. But what I'm talking to you tonight about is the serpent's tongue. Because remember, like I told you, the serpent has a tongue that goes both ways. It goes left and right. So how do you know if your tongue is going both ways? How do you know what are you saying? How do I know what you're talking about? How do I know what you're talking about if what you're saying it's this way and it's that way? You see? When I talk to you, it needs to be this way. Do you understand the difference? There's the 6 and the 7. The 6, they're going to talk to you this way, but they're really going to mean this thing over here. They're going to tell you this, but their spirit is really going to mean that. So how the fuck do you figure out what this person's really talking about? The 7 is his spirit and his words are both gonna be aligned together and they're gonna tell you exactly what they're saying. Straight ahead. That's why the serpent, right? Remember the serpent, that's why he has to go to law school. He has to be a lawyer. He has to go to med school and all this other shit. For 20 years, 15 years, this red man has to go to the law school. He has to pass the bar exam. Somebody put that in the chat. He has to pass the bar exam just to go to motherfucking court to talk to you about contracts and shit like that. Have you ever asked yourself, why do you need a lawyer just to look over these big contracts? These rappers that sign these, since we talk about these rappers all the time, all these rappers that come from poverty, rats and roaches, They don't have nothing. Then some so-called Jewish man come out of nowhere and give them $1 million. Talk to me in the chat. You give these little project niggas $1 million. They don't know nothing about no contract. You gave them a contract is about as thick as the Bible. The contract you gave them was thicker than the Bible, thicker than a Harry Potter book. They don't know how to read that contract. Why does the red man have a contract that's this thick? Because he speaks this way and that way. Us, the original man, absorbed with light. Remember, I am black history. I am black history. The original man speaks straight to you. Whatever I mean, you're going to figure out, you're going to know the deal immediately. If you sign this contract, you're going to give me $50, da-da-da-da-da, and that's going to be that, and da-da-da-da-da. That's the contract. Why the fuck do you have the contract that's 11 pages? Because the red man, the serpent, talk to me, he goes both ways. He goes both ways. And his body goes both ways. You see how the serpent goes both ways? You don't know which way, which animal you know moves like this. You don't know if he's going left or right or left or right or left or right or up or down. You don't know which way the serpent is going. You don't know which way his tongue is going. Talk to me in the chat. The serpent look, and this is where I gotta mention black women again. Black women, I love you, but when and if you wonder why I'm only talking about black women, because I don't care about the other women. Black women, you are the one I'm talking to because you're my sister and all that other shit, all that other sweet sentimental shit. So since we're talking about the serpent that goes both ways, somebody put that in the chat. The serpent's body goes both ways. Let me show you an example. Remember I told you about these witches that are getting these tattoos.
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Bro, I'm just happy that.
No, look real quick. I'm not even gonna let the dude say what he has to say because I gotta move forward. Look at the tattoo on her hand and read the caption, but look at the tattoo on her hand.
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Bro, I'm just.
Look at her hand tattoo. Read the caption.
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Bro, I'm just.
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Bro,
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
bro, I'm just happy.
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Bro, I'm just happy that this younger generation of men gets to see how women really think and how they really act. Like, it's really good that y'all are showing these young men that loving you for you stuff doesn't really exist. Like, all that stuff is in the movies. So thank you and all the other women that do this trend. The real word that needs to come to mind when you think of women is survivalist. I don't think people understood the magnitude of what I said when I described what happens when one nation conquers another. A winning nation kills all the men, they kill all the young boys, but then they keep all the women and then run their society with those women. You know what the women do? Nothing. They're perfectly fine coexisting and building families with this nation of people that just killed their own men. Like, women do whatever they need to do to survive. Protect them.
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Bro, I'm just.
It says when you, what does it say? Read that.
I gotta put me first.
When you have a boyfriend, but a famous rapper is on Instagram trying to fly you out and take you to dinner. And she says, I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. When you have a boyfriend who is providing for you in your stupid ass, because that's what structure is about, but some rapper like Drake, he's bored and he wants some new pussy, he's gonna fly you out, so you gotta put you first. But look at the tattoo on her hand.
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Bro, I'm just.
I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Bro. All right, I think you got the message. Put a 7 in the chat if you got the message. How about that? Put a 7 in the chat if you got the message by now about what I'm saying about the serpent tongue. The serpent goes both ways. And coincidentally, that's the same thing they say about the LGBT community. They go both ways. Okay? And then talk to me about the body of the serpent. Can somebody put that in the chat? The body of the serpent. You don't know which way not only do you not know what the serpent is saying because he goes both ways, he has a forked tongue. Everything that the serpent says, you don't know if it's this way or that way. But look at his body. His body is going this way, that way, this way, that way, this way. Are you understanding? Are you?
I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Walt Disney, Nike, Google. Now, who's going to be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more? Or do you want to marginalize me till I'm out of my moment?
Or why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How, Sway?
Take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
Kanye.
I've been doing this more than you.
Doing what
you ain't got,
me? Come on, chill out.
You
bro.
ain't got the answers.
Kanye,
you ain't got the answers.
I'm asking you.
You ain't
question.
been doing the education,
bro.
You ain't been doing the education.
Kanye, calm down.
You don't have the answers, though.
Breaking news from Quebec, where people who are unvaccinated for non-medical reasons will soon be fined. Premier Francois Legault says exactly how much they will have to pay has yet to be determined, but the tax will apply to all adults who refuse to get their first dose in the next few weeks.
Can somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
Breaking news from Quebec, where people who are unvaccinated for non-medical reasons will soon be fined. Premier Francois Legault says exactly how much they will have to pay has yet to be determined, but the tax will apply to all adults who refuse to get their first dose in the next few weeks.
You see that? Somebody put that in the chat. Quebec. Quebec. Over there in Quebec, they're going to impose a tax upon the people who have not been injected because you're a risk to public health and you're causing so much drama for the hospitals and all this shit. They're going to charge a tax. You are going to have to not only be inconvenienced and all this other shit pushed out of society, but now you're going to have to dig into your pocket for your hard-earned dollar to give to the same people who are trying to inject you. How, Sway? So now we're seeing how if there was a new world order, this would be exactly it, wouldn't it? Here we have Israel, the 4th shot. They're making you take the injection on live TV, and even if you don't want it, they're going to inject you. You have Turkey. Somebody put that in the chat. Turkey, over here in Turkey, where's Turkey at? Over here in Turkey, you have the 5th dose coming out. So it's not just about America. Yes, I talk about America, the place of 3Ks, but it's not just America. When you talk about this so-called new world order, I know you heard about that. The new world order. It's not just a new America order, a new Germany order, a new United Kingdom order. This is a new world order. You can go look, somebody put that in the chat. Go look up the speech that George Bush, the original George Bush, Go look up the speech that George Bush Sr. did on September 11th. He said there will be a new world order. And I'm not talking about George Bush that was in office when September 11th happened. I'm talking about, if you know anything about history, you know there's two George Bushes. There's George Bush, the one that we know that was alive when we were alive, when September 11th happened, but George Bush has a father that was also the president. Go look up the footage of George Bush's father talking about the New World Order. Go look that up after this stream. Please write that down. If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, just make a side note right now. Take out your pen and paper, or even take out your phone, fuck it, and say, George Bush Sr. New World Order. Go look up the father of George Bush, who was the president. He said there's going to be a new world order, and he made that prediction, quote unquote, on a September 11th. This was before the World Trade Center. It was September 11th, like 1986 or some shit like that. Go look it up. You think I'm the motherfucking receipt king in the flesh. First of all, let me just say something real quick. This is an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. Secondly, I am the receipt king. On the whole wide internet, little bitty me, I don't even have 300 subscribers. I am the motherfucking receipt king. But all praise be to the Most High God, because whatever praise you would think to give to me or whatever applause you would give to me, I immediately give that praise into the Most High God. That's the difference. See, that's the difference between me and all these rappers and all these niggas on TV showing you their bling bling and showing you their 3 Bs. Talk to me in the chat. Infinite, are you still in the chat? You remember the 3 Bs, right? You remember the motherfucking people who are trying to chase this Babylonian dream. They got the 3 Bs. Every house nigga, every field nigga that's trying to get into the house, you got the 3 Bs. The bad bitches, the Bentleys, and the Balenciagas. See, these people trying to put the bad bitches, the Bentleys, and the Balenciagas into your face. I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna tell you I'm the motherfucking receipt king, and I want somebody to challenge me. I'm gonna put my catalog against your catalog. And guess what? I've had over 500 videos deleted from the internet forever from YouTube. So fuck those videos. I'm talking about my new catalog. I'll put my new catalog against your entire catalog. You tell me who got the motherfucking receipts. But even when you say, okay, you're the receipt king, that you're that nigga, immediately I say, thank you. I know I'm that nigga, but guess what? All praise be unto the Most High God, because I haven't always been that nigga. And the only reason I'm that nigga is because the Most High God. And like Gigi said, let's have a receipt king versus. How about that? Okay, look, I'm about to talk this shit before I go. I'm about to talk this shit and I'm about to continue. You tell me in the chat, who is the receipt king beside me? And I'm not going to name any people's names because I don't want to start no beef, but better believe I know every single YouTuber that you know. I've asked you before, I'm going to ask you again. Please be very honest. Who is the receipt king beside me? Just let me know. Put the name there. The dude that you watch all the time. The dude that you watch all the time. Who the one that you believe his shit? It's cool. It's cool. Go ahead, put that. And do they talk to you in the chat? Do they allow you to call into the chat? Do they know you by name? Do they know you by name? Would they put the chat up right now and say, come on right now and talk to me and say whatever you have to say? Now, mind you, Hassan Campbell is dope. I fuck with Hassan Campbell. I haven't heard too much from him. He's really dope. I have no problem with him. But is he bringing receipts? I've watched Hassan Campbell. But he talks about one subject for an entire stream, for an entire video, and then he does another video. I'm talking about receipts. Oh, you don't even know what I'm talking about, receipts. That's the problem. You don't know what I mean by receipts. Hold on. That's the problem. You don't even know what I mean by the receipts. You want to see some more receipts. Okay. Let's see some more receipts. Let's see some more receipts.
I just love the idea of exploring the unknown. And then there's other things that we just haven't figured out or discovered yet. To think about so much that's out there that we still have to learn. Like, I love that. I love that. And so I'm very excited about the Space Council. We're going to learn so much as we increasingly, I think, are curious and interested in the potential for the discoveries and the work we can do in space. So that's one of the things I'm most excited about. But the other, you guys are going to see. You're going to literally see the craters on the moon with your own eyes. Oh my goodness. With your own eyes, I'm telling you.
Now, mind you, I'm gonna let you know who is another receipt king. I'm gonna let you know another receipt king. I just came to mind right now. The brother Naquam. Somebody put that in the chat. I'm gonna put this in the chat. The brother Naquam. Now, he's not a receipt king like the same type of that I am, but this is a brother he's an Israelite brother, and he had a channel called Adam Abbott, but they deleted his channel, but he has a new channel called Watchmen for Israel. Somebody go look that up. Watchmen for Israel. They have a channel. Their channel, Watchmen for Israel. I think that's the channel right there. Wi-Fi, WFI cold cuts. Anyway, this brother, he knows how to bring out the Bible receipts like crazy. And that's one receipts that I need to get. I need to get my game up on the Bible receipts, because this is the ultimate receipts. You can talk all this receipts I'm bringing you is cool, but the Bible receipts, this is really next level shit right here. So the brother Naquam, from the Watchmen of Israel, is one of the best people I've ever heard that knows how to bring out receipts. Like, he knows the Bible like. And also Brother Zabak. Let me give my shout out to Brother Zabak. Brother Zabak. Gigi. Oh, Gigi's already on it. Thank you, Gigi. Y'all go follow the Watchman for Israel. The main brother his name is Brother Naquam. This is a man of the Lord. I don't give a damn. This brother has the knowledge. Go watch that, Brother Naquam. Go subscribe to that channel, Watchmen for Israel, but also the Brother Zabak. I think his channel is HOI Mustard Seed. Gigi, find this for me. Brother Zabak, Priest Zabak, HOI Mustard Seed. He has a few channels, but remember, all these people got their channel deleted. Brother Zabak got his channel deleted. Naquam got his channel deleted. I got my channel deleted. We're all trying to survive in these last days. But remember, somebody put this in the chat. The scripture says in the final days, there will be a famine. Does anybody know what it means to have a famine? It says in the final days, there will be a famine. But it won't be a famine of food or water. We will have a famine of the word of God, meaning you will not be able to hear stuff like this. forever. Just an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded, some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. You're not going to always be able to hear that, because the scripture says there shall be a famine of the word. So at some point in time, we're not going to be able to log on to our internet. We're going to need to be able to use our discernment, our critical thinking skills, our spirit moving forward. Can somebody put that in the chat? Talk to me. HOI Mustard Seed, Brother Zabak. That's what's up. Thank you, Gigi. I don't know how you find this stuff like that quick, but thank you, Gigi. Let's move forward, guys. Put a 7 in the chat if I can move forward. Hashtag stick with me. I got a few more receipts. We're not even going to spend too much time. I might not even make it to 5. I might just make it a 4-hour stream tonight. I might just make it a 4-hour. Who knows? I got more shit, though. I got more shit to show you. We're talking about this sickness, right? Let's talk more about that. How about that? Fuck that. Let's look at this.
So, of course, you've gone through a divorce, and I understand that there's been some difficulties there, as there have been with anyone who's been through it. Where there's a child involved, there's always difficulties. Barring that, there has really come to this point a disagreement in what should happen with respect to the vaccinations that are now rolling out in Canada for children. And so can you tell me the situation behind that has brought this about?
Sure. Yeah. So I had a really bad divorce, as a lot of people do. And, you know, it went really badly. So obviously our daughter was the main focus for both of us. And it turned into a really dirty, nasty divorce. So there's absolutely zero communication between the mother. There have been since the day she's left. She's never communicated to me in 5 years, nothing other than telling me what she's going to do. Never have I been given a choice or a phone call or a discussion about. So when I mean, everybody knew this was coming. They were coming for our children. So many people said, oh, that's going to be the line in the sand and that's going to be this and that. But again, it was all for nothing, all those words. But I saw it coming. So I had basically been trying to get a hold of my ex for over a month before it got approved, asking her what her position was. She wouldn't get back to me. And according to our court order, she has, final say medical issues with our daughter. So I had no authority in that. So basically what happened was 2 days before the federal government approved it, Health Canada approved the vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds. They said there is no vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds, even though it was in the midst of being approved. They said no comment. So what that leaves me with is I can't go to court with that. I can't go to court and bring a motion and say, yeah, I'd like to stop the vaccine for my daughter when there is no vaccine and when they don't have an opinion about it. So they were kind of stalling, hoping that, you know, it would just kind of get lost in the legal battle and then she could just do it and I wouldn't have a say in it. So I had my daughter for Remembrance Day for access. I brought her to our house. We're from Caryville, Saskatchewan, in the southeast corner there. So I brought her home to our house for supposed to be a long weekend. And then I ended up overholding her. And during that overholding process, Health Canada approved it. I think it was on the, is it the 18th, I think, of November, they approved it. And they flew it into the country on Sunday night for jabbing Ontario on Tuesday morning. So I couldn't let it happen. One thing I forgot to mention is just before the approval, by texting her over and over after her lawyer sent the no comment, she gave me a text back saying, I'm going to do whatever the government tells me to do. So that was, my choice was made then and there that this wasn't going to work and that I had to protect my daughter from it.
So this is a father in Canada. Somebody put that in the chat. This is from a father in Canada. This was a whole interview, but I just showed you a piece of that. This is from a father in Canada. Let me read this. And by the way, this dude's name is literally, I don't know if this is I don't know what the fuck, but allegedly this dude's name is actually Michael Jackson. Believe it or not. They said this man's name is Michael Jackson, which is not that hard to believe because that's a normal ass name. It's just Michael Jackson was famous as fuck, but that's a normal name. But anyway, let's read this. A Canadian father and mother of his 7-year-old daughter are at the center of a injection dispute after he quote unquote ran off. Somebody put that in the chat. This black, he's not even a black man. This father ran off with his daughter to keep her from getting inoculated or injected, the girl's mother says. Did you catch it? Did you catch it? It says this father, right, is on the run with his daughter to keep her from getting injected, the girl's mother says. It says the girl's mother, Marie Carr Jackson, has secured 2 court orders demanding that her daughter, Sarah Jackson, be returned to her care. But Canadian authorities haven't been able to track down her ex-husband, Michael Jackson, that's his name, Michael Jackson, to enforce the orders and get the child back. It says Jackson's lawyers, Jill Drennan, told CBC News that a police visit to her ex-husband's home in Caryville only confirmed that the 2 were not there. We don't believe they are in the community anymore. While the frantic search for Jackson and his daughter continues, he appeared on a right-wing talk show. And that's the video I just showed you where he was sitting there with the glasses on and the beanie on, and he said he's on the run because he took his 7-year-old daughter away, and some people would call that kidnapping. Somebody put that in the chat. Some people would call it kidnapping because this man took his daughter away because he's divorced from his wife and his wife wants to do whatever the fuck she wants to do, and now she wants to get the 7-year-old injected. Even though all the shit that we've been talking about tonight, she wants to get the 7-year-old injected because she doesn't do her own independent research. So this man who does do his own independent research, he took his daughter. Somebody put that in the chat. His daughter. I mean, there's some people listening tonight. I don't have 1,000 I don't have 1,000 live viewers, but I have more than 2 people listening right now. I need somebody to put that in the chat. His daughter. He took his daughter after he found out that the mother of his daughter does not do her own independent research. So let's continue. Let's continue this. Let's continue the story because this is very important. Jackson said he and his daughter at his home in Caryville for a scheduled visit in November. And once he heard the news that the injection had been approved for children, he decided not to return to her mom, whom he knew was supportive of the injection efforts. He knew he knew it. I couldn't let it happen, he said, of the injection of his 7-year-old daughter. I had to protect my daughter from it. That's what this man just said. Did you hear him? Or are you, and you think everything is about racism, right?
So, of course, you've gone through a divorce, and I understand that there's been some difficulties there, as there have been with anyone who's been through it. Where there's a child involved, there's always difficulties. Barring that, there has really come to this point a disagreement in what should happen with respect to the vaccinations that are now rolling out in Canada for children. And so can you tell me the situation behind that has brought this about?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah. So I had a really bad divorce, as a lot of people do. And, it went really badly. So obviously, our daughter was the main focus for both of us. And it turned into a really dirty, nasty divorce. So there's absolutely zero communication between the mother. There have been since the day she's left. She's never communicated to me in 5 years, nothing other than telling me what she's going to do. Never have I been given a choice or a phone call or a discussion about. So I mean, everybody knew this was coming. They were coming for our children. So many people said, oh, that's going to be the line in the sand and that's going to be this and that. But again, it was all for nothing, all those words. But I saw it coming. So I had basically been trying to get a hold of my ex for over a month before it got approved, asking her what her position was. She wouldn't get back to me. And according to our court order, she has final say medical issues with our daughter. So I had no authority in that. So basically what happened was 2 days before the federal government approved it, Health Canada approved the vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds. They said there is no vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds, even though it was in the midst of being approved. They said no comment. So what that leaves me with is I can't go to court with that. I can't go to court and bring a motion and say, yeah, I'd like to stop the vaccine for my daughter when there is no vaccine and when they don't have an opinion about it. So they were kind of stalling, hoping that, it would just kind of get lost in the legal battle and then she could just do it and I wouldn't have a say in it. So I had my daughter for Remembrance Day for access. I brought her to our house. We're from Carrierville, Saskatchewan, in the southeast corner there. So I brought her home to our house for supposed to be a long weekend. And then I ended up overholding her. And during that overholding process, Health Canada approved it. I think it was on the, is it the 18th, I think, of November, they approved it. And they flew it into the country on Sunday night for jabbing Ontario on Tuesday morning. So I couldn't let it happen. One thing I forgot to mention is just before the approval, by texting her over and over after her lawyer sent the no comment, she gave me a text back saying, I'm going to do whatever the government tells me to do. So that was my choice was made then and there that this wasn't going to work and that I had to protect my daughter from it.
You see what he said? Mind you, this isn't about racism right now. This isn't even about race right now. This is a runaway dad. He took his daughter. He said, I got to protect my daughter. And you know what he said? He said something very important. Listen to me, guys. He said something very important. He said everybody knew that they were going to eventually come for the children. And everybody said when they come for the children, that's going to be the final line in the sand. They're going to do something about it if they try to come for the children. But they came and then nap, and y'all didn't do nothing. That's what he said. This father said, y'all didn't do nothing, but I did something. So this red man father allegedly grabbed his little bitty fucking red nuts and grabbed his daughter and took her. And what are you going to say? Somebody put that in the chat. What are they going to say what he did? Put it in the chat, the word that they're going to say that he did with his daughter. He said, oh, the mother wants to get her injected. She hasn't done her own independent research. All she does is listen to Fox News or CNN. I'm going to take my daughter for a little bit longer than I'm supposed to keep her. Because remember, it's about visitation. In America, they say that the father gets visitation of the child. The mother, she's the primary custodian. She gets the primary custody, but the father gets visitation. Somebody put that in the chat. In America, the father gets visitation, which means once every other weekend. But in Canada, they call it access. So do you see it's disrespectful everywhere you go? It's disrespectful regardless. It's disrespectful to say I have visitation with my child. that came from my body. It's disrespectful to say I have access to the child that came from my body. What do you mean I have access to the child that came to my body? Of course I have access to the child that came from my body. That's the child that came from my body. But the courts in Canada, they say you can have access. This is the system that we follow, and this is why I can't even exist out here. Sometime in the future, we're going to figure out all this shit was crazy as fuck. You're going to look back on this shit and realize this shit was crazy as fuck. You're saying access and visitation for your own child. And what are they going to say about this man who took his child so she doesn't get injected? Because remember, we have all these different sicknesses that are being associated with the injection. Do we have to run through it again? Do we have to run through the adverse effects? Do we have to run through the anaphylaxis? Do we have to run through thrombosis and thrombocytopenia? Do we have to run through the fact that the CDC identified 9 deaths that were caused by or directly attributed to the TTS or the thrombosis and the Johnson & Johnson Janssen? Do we have to talk about Guillain-Barré syndrome, GBS? Do we have to talk about myocarditis, which is an inflammation of the heart muscle? All of these things could possibly happen to his daughter, and he doesn't want it to happen. But what are they going to say because he took his daughter so it doesn't happen? They're going to say he kidnapped her. That's the word that they're going to use, kidnap. Somebody put that in the chat. I need to see that in the chat right now. Kidnap. They're going to say he kidnapped his daughter. And they're going to put that all over the news so that when the SWAT team pulls up, it's justified to kill that man. And you do a round of applause when they killed that man. You're never going to investigate why that man took his daughter, why he kidnapped his daughter. How the fuck can you kidnap your own kid? Y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't even hear me. I'm just gonna speak tonight. How can you kidnap your own kid? I understand you kidnap some kid that's not your kid. If it's not your kid, it's not your kid. Where's your parents at? How do you kidnap a kid that's not your kid? This is what happened in Canada. They're saying he kidnapped her. Let's move forward. Put a 7 in the chat if we can move forward.
Students in some southeastern Massachusetts schools have welcomed 4-legged part-time faculty members.
COVID-sniffing canines with the Bristol County Sheriff's Office have gone through all 5 schools in the Freetown-Lakeville district throughout the school year. And today, 12 News cameras were allowed to see them in action at Apponequet Regional High School. 12 News reporter Alexandra Leslie was there in Lakeville and explains how the dogs have been an asset in the building.
Well, these 14-month-old labs were trained to detect the virus in areas where students and staff have spent time in an effort to alert the administration who should get tested. Today, I got to see firsthand how that works. It's as simple as a paw and a sit from Canine Duke or Hunter.
They're kind of the stars of the show.
To determine their noses have detected the virus that causes COVID-19.
When you're infected with your virus, your metabolism changes, which in turn changes the odor that you emit, and is unique to COVID.
Canines like Duke and his half-sister Hunter were trained over the summer through a program developed by Florida International University's International Forensic Research Institute to sniff out the virus that causes COVID-19. They started by smelling masks of hospital workers.
We inactivate the virus to make it safe for training.
Once they detect a scent, it's time for positive reinforcement.
They don't necessarily come up to the individuals.
What they're doing is they're going into given areas, identifying locations.
Today, K9 Duke found several seats in this lecture hall, and Hunta flagged an area of concern in a classroom. Freetown Lakeville Superintendent Rick Medeiros says seating charts and scanning into class make it easy to follow up with who may need to be tested.
So we can go back and re-identify where a student was if a dog's identified an area.
Medeiros says on top of programs like test and stay, mask wearing, and other mitigation efforts, the initiative with the canines works on top of that.
We think it's one more opportunity for us to stick to our goal of keeping our kids safely in school and in person.
Now, I asked if new variants of COVID-19, like the Omicron variant, will make it harder to detect the virus for these dogs. I'm told no matter if it's Delta, Omicron, or another variant, they can still detect the key compounds of the virus. In the newsroom, Alexandra Leslie, 12 News.
Amen.
So go get the fucking vaccine and stop being stupid, hoe!
Okay, so we have bovid sniffing dogs, and I've already talked about this before, almost a year ago, or at least 9 months ago. That's when I first showed you about they were training these dogs to so-called sniff out bovid. Now, I don't know how real this is. Personally, I think it's bullshit to say that these dogs can sniff out what children have bovid because they sat on this seat. So think about it. They're telling us that these dogs can sniff out bovid. Okay, but let me play the devil's advocate real quick, because I had to go do some research, because to me, this shit didn't make any sense at all. So I'm gonna give them a little bit of credit, and I did this research right here. It says there's a chemical that gives off a rotten fish bad smell. When the normal metabolic process fails, trimethylamine accumulates in the body, and its odor is detected in the person's sweat, urine, and breath. The consequences of emitting a foul odor can be socially and psychologically damaging among adolescents and adults. So I don't know if it's true, but let's just say, for sake of reasoning, that maybe it's something similar to trimethylamine, where if you're sick or something, you give off a certain odor in your, but still, the fact that you have dogs in the school when we don't even have a grasp on the whole entire sickness and to begin with, it shows how they're trying to introduce the new world order. Somebody put that in the chat. They are trying to introduce, this is my belief, these little things that they keep on introducing, it's not about the injection. Yes, of course, they're going to keep on trying to get you to keep on getting injected, but it's not just about the injection. It's also about the different protocols that they're allowed to use because of the injection. So now they can bring out all these extra cameras, and now you gotta sign in on your phone and do this, and you have to have a green pass, and you have to have that. Now you can't do that. You gotta social distance, you gotta isolate, you gotta quarantine. Now you gotta allow the dogs to come and smell your children at school. Not for drugs. They're not searching for drugs anymore when they bring the German Shepherd. You remember they used to bring the German Shepherd into school? They're not looking for drugs anymore with the German Shepherd. Now they're bringing a German Shepherd to smell for so-called COVID-19. Do y'all hear that? So what I'm trying to figure out is, how is it that we can figure out if any of this is real. Now, remember, I told you allegedly there is a different type of compound that allows you to be able to smell if someone has a metabolic change in their metabolism. So that's the only thing I can figure out that will be even close to how these dogs, how can these dogs smell bovid? That's the question. How do the dogs smell bovid? Because you're telling me you have dogs that can smell bovid-19. And so you're so sure, it's 99.9% sure, 99.5% sure that you can smell bovid on the seat. You can bring the dog, he can smell bovid on the seat of the child that sat on the seat hours ago. That's what you're telling me?
Oh my God! Wow!
Students in some southeastern Massachusetts schools have welcomed four-legged part-time faculty members.
COVID sniffing canines with the Bristol County Sheriff's Office have gone through all 5 schools in the Freetown-Lakeville district throughout the school year. And today, 12 News cameras were allowed to see them in action at Apponequet Regional High School. 12 News reporter Alexandra Leslie was there in Lakeville and explains how the dogs have been an asset in the building. Well,
the dogs have been an asset in the building. Remember, what are they trying to do? They're trying to normalize supervision. Somebody put that in the chat. They're trying to normalize supervision. They want to supervise you with 1 million cameras. They want to supervise you with 1 million rules. They want to supervise you with 1 million mandates. They want to supervise you with 1 million quarantines, 1 million isolations, and now the most recent thing, they want to supervise you and have surveillance over you with these dogs everywhere you go. You think it's just going to stop at school? If it's successful at the school, they're going to bring the dogs at your job. They're bringing the dogs in the supermarket. They're going to have a dog coming up to you, smelling you to see if you have bovid. Similar to if you have drugs on you, that dog is going to be able to smell it. That's what they're telling us. They can smell the bovid on you. So that's why we need the dog. But y'all don't hear me. Somebody put that in the chat. These are the people in charge of us. These are the people in charge of us. Somebody please put that in the chat. These are the people in charge of us.
For the first time ever, a man with a life-threatening heart disease successfully received a new heart from a genetically modified pig. Surgeons at the University of Maryland performing this groundbreaking procedure on 57-year-old David Bennett Sr. You see him right there. This is now giving hope to doctors and thousands of patients waiting for organ transplants. I want to bring in Dr. Robert Montgomery from NYU Langone here in New York City. He's an expert in this field who has his work has actually helped contribute to this breakthrough. So, Dr. Montgomery, thanks so much for joining Top Story tonight. We do appreciate your time. First of all, tell me about this patient and this surgery. It took place on Friday. From what you've heard, how is Mr. Bennett doing, and how will the next few days be for him?
Well, I had the opportunity to communicate with the team last night at Maryland, and you know, as you saw, the patient is off the ventilator. He's still being partially maintained. His circulation is being partially maintained by an ECMO machine. But the plan is to gradually wean that off so that the pig heart will completely take over the work.
You know, when we first reported this, I used the phrase genetically modified pig. What exactly does that mean? Because some people may get confused with that.
Yeah, so this particular pig has had 10 different modifications in its genome in order to make it more acceptable to the human, both the human immune system, but also other, different pathways within the body, like the clotting pathway and something called the complement pathway, which allows the immune system to function normally. So it's had multiple different modifications to make it more compatible with the human system.
So you've received a heart transplant, I've been told, yourself, for a genetic condition. If this transplant is successful, and by that I mean, you know, to extend David Bennett's life for a period of time, his body doesn't reject it, what could this mean for the hundreds of thousands of patients across the country awaiting new organs?
Well, so look, this is, you know, this is a really exciting moment for me personally, you know, and my family, because I have a genetic disorder, or we have in our family. And so this gives us new hope, really, that, you know, in the future, my children and relatives who inherited the same disease that I had, you know, will have another option. I had 7 cardiac arrests before I was even deemed to be a candidate for transplant. And you know, we have this dearth of availability of human organs, and pig organs could make up that difference between the organs that are available and the number of people who are waiting for life-saving transplants.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Talk to me in the chat. Now they're successfully, allegedly, the red man is able to put a pig's heart into your chest. The red man could put a pig's heart into your chest and have you walking around. But why the pig? Somebody put in the chat, why the pig? Why is the red man allowing the pig to be put into your chest? He wants the pig to be put into your chest. Talk to me in the chat, guys. Why is he allowing the pig to be put into your chest, Mofax? Are you still here? Mofax, can somebody, look, you don't even have to call in, Mofax, but somebody please call in for this last hour. Y'all be scared to talk to me and nobody tells me why. At least one of y'all tell me why y'all are scared to call in. Because if you're going to comment for 4 hours, you can call in. One of y'all tell me why y'all don't want to call in. But Mofax says they are splicing humans with pigs. 99% of humans with 1% pig is technically still a pig. The same way, Mofax, let me say this. Message, somebody put that in the chat. Message, Mofax says they are splicing humans with the pigs. Out of all the animals, somebody go Google how many goddamn animals there are on this planet. You got whales. Somebody put your favorite animal in the chat. You got whales. You got a goddamn platypus. You got damn elephant. You got a goddamn mouse. You got a goddamn monkey. You got a fish. Out of all the animals on the earth, you went and found the heart of a pig. When the scripture says that Christ sent the demons into that pig, you went and found let me guess. The pig is what's most compatible. Right, Infinite? Infinite, talk to me. The pig, they're going to tell us the pig has the most compatible organs with the human being because that's how God made it. God said, in the Bible, it says that animal is a filthy, abominable creature. Don't even touch it. Don't even look at it. But the red man tells you that God says that this animal has the most similar heart and organs to you. Talk to me in the chat. Why did they choose the pig? You know what? I'm gonna ask you this. Maybe the same reason the first animal to human heart transplant was a pig, the same reason that they put a pig in your heart for the first time possibly might be the same reason that they put a sheep, a lamb, and they cloned the lamb. Somebody put that in the chat. Mo facts. Did you know about, I think it's Dolly the lamb, or it might not be Dolly. Somebody please go fact check me. What is the name of the first lamb, the first sheep that was cloned in 1996? This is the Receipt King talking to you. Right off the top of my head, I'm researching my database in my head. I believe it was Dolly. If it wasn't Dolly, go find the name. The first sheep that was cloned in the year 1996. Talk to me. Why did they clone a sheep? They cloned the sheep the same way the Antichrist. They want to replicate the sheep, the Lamb of God, the Lamb of Christ. They needed to choose the lamb to replicate for the first cloning experiment. And then now they want the first heartbeat. Remember, you cannot live without a heartbeat. Even if your brain works, your heart needs to work. Your brain can be dead and you will still be alive technically if your heart is beating. You need the heartbeat. They want your heartbeat to be that of the abominable creature. The first thing that they cloned was the sheep. The name was Dolly. Come on now. I didn't even look that up. That was just on my memory. Shout out to my people on patreon.com/JLethal7. If you would like to join me on Patreon, I'm not saying you have to join me on Patreon. It's no big deal. Hold on, let me refresh the page. Oh shit, we have a caller. Somebody put a 7 in the chat. We have a motherfucking caller. Goo, goo.
What's up, bro?
Hold on, let me make sure you're good. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What up, brother?
Doing pretty good. You killing it once again tonight. Always gotta check in with you. You know what I'm saying? And the runaway slave gang. And see this. I want to show people. This is how they play games with words. They're telling you it's a pig heart, right?
Okay.
It's because it's 99% human and 1% pig. They are growing human / pig people.
More facts. You said it's 99% pig and 1%
human.
Oh wait. 99% human and 1% pig. So technically it's still a pig, right?
Correct.
Mo facts. What does that sound like? Doesn't that sound like when the red man said if it's 99% red man but still 1% nigga? What did they say? One drop rule?
Right.
Talk to me.
So what it's called is they're called chimeras. They basically grow humans inside of animals. And I know that sounds crazy.
Wait. Stop. Hold on, because Mofax, look, hold on. Shout out, hey, Gigi, go find Mofax channel and put it in the chat, because this man just be coming out of nowhere and just dropping this crazy ass shit like it's normal. Mo, you got to slow down. I don't understand. I'm still a kindergartner. Talk to me.
Okay, so basically and this is when they talk about cloning, we way ahead of what they actually tell us. I mean, Dolly was done so long ago, and you're saying exactly how you called it, and that was so long ago. They have, and I know this is going to sound crazy, and this is the kind of stuff that they use to make conspiracy theories sound crazy. But they write all of this in their I'm saying medical papers, and so technically, legally, As long as that human is 1% something else, it doesn't have any rights. Just like if you have 1% black blood, you have no rights. It's the same thing.
Wow. Wow. So wait a minute. So are you telling me that wait, say that again, because you said if you have 1% animal DNA or if you have 1% black DNA, you have no rights. So can we deduce or can we make the argument that the red man is saying that the black man, woman, and child is like that of an animal in which it can be easily expendable? And it is
That was
it is not similar to that of the life of a red man?
that was the justification for how they treated us all of these years, that we were subhuman. But fast forward, what they've done is the same way they used to operate on us and experiment on us. What they've done now is they do it to animals, and that's the whole point. As long as it's a percentage of animal, you're saying it could be considered not to have any rights, and you can harvest its organs and things of that nature. That's like what somebody was just putting in the chat. Like now they won't need to kidnap people for organs. That is correct, but all they're doing is growing 99% humans, 1% whatever else, and doing the same thing to that. And I know it may sound crazy, but you can look up chimeras, and it's a lot. And it's
Stop
like
Stop it there. How do you spell it?
I think it's
Or
CI.
something similar.
I think it's CI mirror EMERA chimera. I think that's how you pronounce it. But yes.
Go ahead.
And this is what it's about, is these old, like when you hear Rockefeller and all these people have 7, 8, 9 heart transplants and things of that nature. This is the point of it.
George Soros and Queen Elizabeth, talk to me.
Right. They know, and it's much easier that way, because what they can do now is grow them their own personal heart from their DNA and splice it with, whatever, and they have a heart that's more likely to take to the body. But they have to use it through animals. So you're saying that's why they report it this way, is that it was a pig heart. But was it really a pig heart? Or was it, and I know it sounds crazy to people, but a lot of stuff we're seeing now would sound crazy to you 5 years ago. Right. If you really think about it.
Right.
Like dog sniffing, like disease sniffing dogs.
Right.
And things that would have sounded so crazy just 2-3 years ago, but now, and that's why you see sometimes like these animals with human faces and stuff. You see these crazy videos. Yeah, that's what's going on.
These animal. Oh Lord, have mercy. Bo Facts. Before you get out of here, let me just show you one random video. Let me see if I have one random video and see what you think about this. Let me see what Mo Facts think about this.
Yo, back up, bro. Back up.
Back up, everybody back up. You guys get in the car first. Lisa, getting here? Excuse me.
Thank you, Kanye. Just one. Thank you. Come here, gentlemen. Oh, yeah.
Stay a little bit longer with her.
Thank you, Kanye. Just one. Right on top.
Julia Fox opens up about her relationship with Kanye Ye West on a new episode of her podcast, Forbidden Fruits.
What's really exciting about him is that, like, any idea can become a reality. Like, anything is possible. Any dream is possible. And I love that. And he's just such a doer. He's like, do it now, like, don't wait. But I feel like to the people that know us both personally, like all the people that we have in common, like friends in common, have texted me and been like, oh my God, this makes so much sense. Yeah, I mean, there's always people that think that like every single celebrity scandal is a setup. I personally don't. It's just people that make each other feel better. It is like, it's really like such a Gemini Aquarius like connection. Like it's very inspirational. Our minds, we both like work very fast. We keep up with each other, which is cool. Like I talk very fast and I can have 10 trains of thought. And like, I mean, he was with a reality star for a really long time. So I don't think
he's also very open.
Yeah. And I feel like he's really open. He did say that he likes that I'm very expressive.
You know what?
Hey, Mo Facts, let me ask you real quick. What do you think about Kanye West dating constantly like supposedly he's broken up with his woman, but now he's dating this red woman now. And she's talking about, oh my God, Kanye, I love him. You know, we just relate. We just love each other so much. We just love each other. And he's an Aquarius and I'm a Gemini. And we just have such a connection. But remember, Mo Facts, the reason why I'm bringing up Kanye West is the richest black man in America. And you can fact check me if you want. But if you look it up, I believe Kanye West is not one of, not Dr. Dre and all, not LeBron, the richest black man in America is Kanye West. And now here you have him kissing the red woman on the mouth after he was already with a beige woman. And I'm just trying to figure out what is it that why can't we get it right? Because I know Kanye, he has his wheels are turning. Why can't we get it right, Mo Facts?
All right, so this is where people had to stop being fans. And look, I like Kanye West's music. I've been following him ever since. He started producing. Back on the what was it, the Dynasty album with Jay-Z. Scarface. All I'm talking about OG. Person. Following Kanye West. But this is where we had to stop being fans, and the fact that we know what Kanye can be about. We saw the Yeezus album. We saw how blasphemous he could be. We saw the big horse chains he used to wear. That kind of thing.
Talk on it.
But he is a Gemini. So, and I don't subscribe to astrology myself, but what that means he has two sides to him. Ooh. So he goes from this ultra blasphemous person back to this ultra Christian person. So we're seeing the two sides of Kanye West. Now, Kanye West, we have to remember is, and me and Young Grunt was talking about this. Shouts out to Grunt.
Shouts out to Young Grump. That's my nigga. Hey, look, Mo Facts. I don't know if you're down with it, but I was thinking about we need to start a Justice League type, Justice League type shit. You, me, Mo Facts, and whoever else they're connected with. I know he's connected with the dude AO Podcast or whoever. We need to start a whole Justice League. But continue.
And so, and I totally agree with you. We had the content creators had to stick with each other, especially ones that's, trying to do it the right way. So I think you're totally correct about that. But back to Kanye West, you gotta remember he's a celebrity, and he could either sit around and look like Kim dumped him, or he can go out spend a bunch of money on a chick, that could make Kim Kardashian jealous, and he has the upper hand in the media spotlight, right? That's why she did what she did with Chicago West and made him, made him suffer like that, because he's moved on and he's moved on to younger and better in his eyes. So that's why he's doing this and parading around like that. One thing you got to look at though is when when they're taking those pictures of that night before he's attacked, they're constantly flashing those lights. Kanye West had a song about flashing lights, and in that song he tells you how he tries to run from the media. What the media does is like TMZ and them, they keep their assets in control, i.e. they're celebrities. You see what I'm saying? They can pull their trigger at any time. And that's why Kanye spazzed out on that reporter like that. We seen him do this before.
Right.
Now I'll say this, and I don't want to be too long-winded, but I'll say this one thing is that you got to remember her name of her show is what? Forbidden Fruit. She has the forbidden fruit.
I'm glad you spoke. I'm glad you go ahead. I'm glad I put that in there, but I didn't even know. I didn't even tell people, but I saw it. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So she's playing the role of Eve and corrupting Adam, who's playing the creator, which Kanye is what? A creator. He creates music, art, fashion. He's a creator. So he's and they're playing this out in the media that he's gonna have a fall just like Adam. I hate to say this, and I'm gonna pray for this brother. But you know what I'm saying? We see where this is headed, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Mo, where you at, Mo? The powers that be are trying to take Mo out. Mo is speaking their facts. Come on, Mo. Where you at? You see, you're watching it live. I told you, the Matrix, you see Mo Facts is speaking that real shit. If we were talking about sports, if we were talking about anything else, it would be okay. Mo Facts, I'm gonna kick you out and I'm gonna bring you back on. If you can come back on, Mo Facts, let me know. Try to come back on, Mo Facts. In the meantime, he was spitting them facts, and all of a sudden, somehow Mo Facts just stops talking, right?
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Okay, but in the meantime, we're on our final hour. Somebody put that in the chat. We are on our final hour. Thank you for sticking with me. Somebody put that in the chat. # stick with me. I know I talk a lot. I know y'all are tired of me, but I did have to get this off my chest. And I appreciate you guys for allowing me to get this shit off my chest. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate you guys for allowing me to get this shit off my chest, man. I got too much shit on my chest, man, and I haven't even told you the half of it. But I got a lot of shit on my chest. And Mo Facts, if you still in the chat, let me know. But if not, it's all good. We're going to keep moving forward. I got 1 or 2 more receipts and we're going to get out of here. That's it. 1 or 2 more. Is that okay? 1 or 2 more before I get out of here? Somebody put that in the chat. These are the people in charge of us. I need one of y'all to put that in the chat for me. Mo Facts, if you're still in the chat, put that in the chat. These are the people in charge of us. The same people that said out in Quebec, they're going to charge you if you don't have an injection. The same people in so-called Israel, they said they're giving you the 4th injection. The same people in so-called Turkey, they're going to give you the 5th injection. These are the people that's in charge of you. The same people that took a pig's heart. The Bible said that the pig is the filthy, abominable creature. They took the filthy, abominable creature and they put it into your chest. These are the people in charge of you. Somebody put that in the chat. These are the people in charge of you. Not me, not us, you.
Hey, y'all, look at this. So, most of y'all know I do not like the government, the police, or basically any aspect of America, pre-Ks. But a lot of you don't know why. I'm just going to give you one of the mild reasons why I don't like this system and the people who partake. Look at this man right here. Normal looking guy, right? Hell, when I first saw him, I said, hey, he looks like a judge or somebody really powerful, somebody with authority that can really fuck up my life if I mess up, right? But look at the full picture. Yeah, you see it. This motherfucker wearing 6-inch stilettos. Look, I'm not judging the man, but again, these are the people that America puts over us. This same man who loves the way lingerie feels in his private time probably puts on pants and regular shoes and comes to court and they call him judge while he gives out 25 to life sentences to black men who may or may not deserve it. I don't know about you, but I just don't think men like this deserve the power to sentence me to death. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a runaway slave. Vibrate higher.
Can somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
Y'all didn't see it, so I'm going to show it one more time. This is the same nigga who's going to come up and talk about I'm the judge. Somebody put that in the chat. The honorable judge, blah, 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 presiding over this and that. You know, when you go to court, they use all this fancy language. The honorable judge, Thomas Johnson presiding over the Maryland court district. You know, they love to use all these fancy titles for themselves. The Honorable Judge Jonathan Thompson presiding over the Maryland District Court District number 7. This nigga, you're going to call him judge, and he's going to sentence you to 25 to life, but this is how he dresses on his free time.
Hey, y'all, look at this. So, most of y'all know I do not like the government, the police, or basically any aspect of America, free case. But a lot of you don't know why. I'm just going to give you one of the mild reasons why I don't like this system and the people who partake. Look at this man right here. Normal looking guy, right? Hell, when I first saw him, I said, hey, he looks like a judge or somebody really powerful, somebody with authority that can really fuck up my life if I mess up, right? But look at the full picture. Yeah, you see it. This motherfucker wearing 6-inch stilettos. Look, I'm not judging the man, but again, these are the people that America puts over us. This same man who loves the way lingerie feels in his private time probably puts on pants and regular shoes and comes to court and they call him judge while he gives out 25 to life sentences to black men who may or may not deserve it. I don't know about you, but I just don't think men like this deserve the power to sentence me to death. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a runaway slave. Vibrate higher.
Right. It's exactly like I told you. Mo facts, I'm gonna check out that link you sent me, but it's exactly like I told you. You want me to go to court and sit up under this judge who's gonna sentence me to 25 years to life just because I have dreadlocks and my skin is the color brown, but the same time when he gets off of work and he takes off his judge robe, he's wearing stilettos and pumps. He's wearing a Victoria's Secret thong up his stanky, hairy, funky, red, wrinkly ass. How is it possible that you're wearing a literal Victoria's Secret thong up your fucking red steak ass and have the nerve to sentence me to 25 years to life? How about I sentence you to 25 years to life simply because you are a grown man wearing Victoria's Secret underwear? 25 years to life simply for that.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
I believe it's suspicious and weird. It's suspicious and weird.
Hey, y'all, look at this. So, most of y'all know I do not like the government, the police, or basically any aspect of America, free case. But a lot of you don't know why. I'm just going to give you one of the mild reasons why I don't like this system and the people who partake. Look at this man right here. Normal looking guy, right? Hell, when I first saw him, I said, hey, he looks like a judge or somebody really powerful, somebody with authority that can really fuck up my life if I mess up, right? But look at the full picture. Yeah, you see it. This motherfucker wearing 6-inch stilettos. Look, I'm not judging the man, but again, these are the people that America puts over us. This same man who loves the way lingerie feels in his private time probably puts on pants and regular shoes and comes to court and they call him judge while he gives out 25 to life sentences to black men who may or may not deserve it. I don't know about you, but I just don't think men like this deserve the power to sentence me to death. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a runaway slave. Vibrate higher.
Hey, Solo Dolo, are you still in the chat? He might have went to sleep. I don't know. Peace to everybody in the chat right now. Hashtag Suki with me. We're on our last final hour. If you're in the chat right now, you better not leave because this is the final hour. You've already stuck with me this whole time. Cha-cha. You said you were supposed to go to sleep a long time ago. You stuck in. For the first time you stuck in. I'm actually impressed and I'm humbled that you stuck in. She said, I'm going to be tired at work, but I got to stick in there. So Solo Dolo said he's still in the chat. This next receipt is for Solo Dolo specifically. Solo Dolo, tell me what your thoughts are about this next video. Hold on. Let me take this everything off the screen so you can focus on this. I need you to focus on this. Everybody focus on this video. What is wrong with this video? Just in case you guys didn't see it, because Solo Dolo said it was kind of blurry. I don't know if the video was kind of blurry, my bad, if the video was blurry, but what that was, it was a young black woman. She was at a museum. They had a museum with all the presidents from George Washington to Barack Obama. They didn't have Donald Trump there, but they had all the presidents from George Washington to Barack Obama. And this black woman ran up and down the lane, slapping all of the white men, but then she gave Barack Obama a hug. Now, I'm asking you, Solo Dolo, what's wrong with that? And you said there's nothing wrong with the fact that she gave a black man a hug. How about if that black man was Barack Obama? She said, oh, see, this is the problem. See, somebody talked to me in the chat. There's two different things you could be. You could either be not woke enough. Remember, we talked yesterday about waking up. I'm about to get out of here. This is the last hour. Hashtag stick with me. This is the last hour. We talked about waking up on the last live stream, right? Let me find that picture. We talked about waking up on the last live stream. So there's a difference. Once you wake up, you better understand it's a fine line. Either you can be not woke enough or you can be too woke. But we're going to talk about it. This woman is not woke enough. She thinks she's woke because she's slapping all the black men. She's slapping all the red men. Forgive me. This black woman thinks she's woke because she's slapping all these red presidents. But then when it comes to the statue of Barack Obama, now she stops and she gives it a hug. You don't see nothing wrong with that? Y'all don't see nothing wrong with that? Y'all don't see nothing wrong with being halfway woke? Somebody put that in the chat. Exactly, Solo. She should have slapped Obama. And as a matter of fact, she should have punched Obama. Because he did the most damage to us. Because we believed him more than we believed Bill Clinton. You know, Bill Clinton was the honorary black president, and every black person talk about how Bill Clinton was the first black president, but Barack Obama was for real a black president, quote unquote. This nigga did more damage off the simple fact that we thought he was one of us. So exactly, here you have a black woman or just a black person who is halfway woke. Somebody please put that in the chat. Halfway woke. Hashtag halfway woke. The problem is you can either be a halfway woke, which means you think you're woke, but you're not woke enough to where you want to slap every red president, but you don't ever think you need to slap the black president. Somebody put that in the chat. When you're halfway woke, you think, oh, let me slap all George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and Thomas Jefferson and all whatever. Let me slap all of them, but let me not slap Barack, because let me give Barack a hug. You saw she gave all of them a slap, and then she gave Barack a hug because Barack Obama still has a fucking stranglehold on our people. So now that I'm saying that, somebody put in the chat, either you're halfway woke or you're too woke. You have to walk a balance. Somebody please put it in the chat. With everything that you do, you have to walk a balance. Remember, we were talking last time about staying awake or waking up for the first time. When you're waking up, please understand that there's a balance. You do not want to be halfway woke, but you also do not want to be too woke. You have to be balanced. Balanced. Because you still have to live on earth. You still have to talk to other human beings. And all the information that you learn when you're woke, you have to give it to other human beings. Somebody put that in the chat. I told you before, the message of Christ is we are supposed to serve other people. We are supposed to serve the earth. We are supposed to serve the animals. We are supposed to serve other people. So how can you serve other people if you're not able to live on the earth and talk to other people? That's the problem with niggas who get too woke. Somebody put in the chat, it's a good thing to be woke, but you can't be so woke that you can't even talk to the common people anymore. See, that's the difference. Remember, so-called Jesus Christ, he was talking to the average person. So-called Jesus Christ knew how to talk to the average person who wasn't so-called woke. But you niggas swear you so woke that you just above everybody. That shows that the spirit is not on you. Christ was talking to the average person, even though Christ was the most woke. Christ knew how to bring that woke information down to the masses who are not woke. Talk to me in the chat. Have you ever seen what it looks like to be too woke? Please put that in the chat. There's a thing called too woke, to where even if you know the information, you need to be able to translate it in layman's terms. Somebody put that in the chat. This is our final hour. I'm about to get out of here. This is an encore presentation. This is an encore presentation. Talk to me in the chat, guys. There's a thing called being too woke. If you are so woke with all that information, I'm going to need you to use some of your fucking brain capacity to learn how to tell it to the average person. I'm going to say it again. All that information. The problem is a lot of niggas get so much information that they go crazy. They don't even know how to talk normal anymore. They don't even know how to type normal anymore. Have you ever seen people who can't even type normal? They can't even talk normal. Talk to us. You're so smart that you can't talk to the dummies. Christ was talking to the dummies. Somebody put in the chat, you cannot be too motherfucking woke. It's a problem if you're too woke, because nobody's going to understand you, and then you're wasting your breath.
Lucius is in the house. Terrence Howard here. You made huge headlines when you said after you complete these 15 episodes of Empire, you got to walk away for a while or forever.
For good. I mean, everyone keeps trying to tell me, don't say it's forever. I've made some discoveries in my own personal life with the science that Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. All energy in the universe is expressed in motion. All motion is expressed in waves. All waves are curved. So where does the straight lines come from to make the platonic solids? There are no straight lines. So when I took the flower of life and opened it properly, I found a whole new wave conjugations that expose the in-between spaces. It's the thing that holds us all together.
What?
I'm putting something on YouTube where I will build the planet Saturn without gravity and build the Milky Way galaxy without gravity.
Yeah, man.
Lucius is in the house. Terrence Howard here. You made huge headlines when you said, after complete these 15 episodes of Empire, you got to walk away for a while or forever.
For good. I mean, everyone keeps trying to tell me, don't say it's forever. I've made some discoveries in my own personal life with the science that Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. All energy in the universe is expressed in motion. All motion is expressed in waves. All waves are curved. So where does the straight lines come from to make the platonic solids? There are no straight lines. So when I took the flower of life and opened it properly, I found a whole new wave conjugations that expose the in-between spaces. It's the thing that holds us all together.
What?
I'm putting something on YouTube where I will build the planet Saturn without gravity and build the Milky Way galaxy without gravity.
Can somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Can somebody talk to me in the chat? What the fuck was that? Terrence Howard. What? And look, I'm wearing my hat and I still don't understand what this nigga just said. Talk to me in the chat. I'm wearing my magical hat and I still don't understand what this nigga just said. This nigga said, when the wave conjugations formulate together, there are no platonic solids. I've gathered the formulation to gather the fabric of life, the very thing that holds us all together. See, this is a perfect example of when you're too motherfucking woke. Talk to me in the chat. You're too woke. Bro, slow down. Okay? Slow down, first of all. Talk to me in the chat. Slow the fuck down, Terrence Howard, because the last time I saw you, you were on Hustle and Flow talking about side mine. Somebody put that in the chat. Terrence Howard, mine. Side mine. Side mine. The last time I saw you, you're on Terrence Howard. You can barely formulate a sentence on that movie Hustle and Flow. That's the only thing I know you from, brother. All of a sudden, you talking about you can formulate the wave conjugations, and there's no platonic solids, and you're gonna recreate the planet Saturn with no gravity. You said this on the red carpet, Terrence Howard. If you were trying to teach people, why the fuck would you present it like that? Why wouldn't you teach us like we can figure it out?
Whoa, hey, why are you insulting my intelligence? Are you serious?
Lucius is in the house. Terrence Howard here. You made huge headlines when you said, after you complete these 15 episodes of Empire, you got to walk away for a while or forever.
For good. I mean, everyone keeps trying to tell me, don't say it's forever. I've made some discoveries in my own personal life with the science that Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. All energy in the universe is expressed in motion. All motion is expressed in waves. All waves are curved. So where does the straight lines come from to make the platonic solids? There are no straight lines. So when I took the flower of life and opened it properly, I found a whole new wave conjugations that expose the in-between spaces. It's the thing that holds us all together.
What?
I'm putting something on YouTube where I will build the planet Saturn without gravity and build the Milky Way galaxy without gravity.
Yo, what the fuck is this man talking about? And see, that's the problem. He might even be onto something. Somebody put that in the chat. This man might really be onto something. He might be the literal, he might be the real receipt king. But here's the problem. The reason why I'm the receipt king is because I make it easy for a first grader to understand it. You can't be so goddamn smart that, nigga, what? This nigga said, somebody put in the chat, what did he say? Infinite Charms, what did he say? He said hold on. He said he wants to rebuild Saturn. Somebody put this in the fucking chat. This nigga on the red carpet live television said, I'm going to recreate the planet Saturn and the Milky Way with no gravity. Okay, then he started talking about the sacred conjugations and all this stuff. What is a conjugation? See, that's the problem. You can't teach trigonometry to a first grader. Somebody put that in the chat. You cannot teach trigonometry to a first grader, and we've already been indoctrinated so much. So how are you going to come up with this sacred geometry and all this other shit when we've been indoctrinated? You know we've been indoctrinated. That must mean you must be an agent. You must be some type of distraction. If you're coming with this bullshit when we need to know that, if we need to really know this information, teach it to us. Message. That's when I say receipt king, I'm trying to teach it. Yes, I know this information. I could easily know this information, sit on this information, or try to tell you I'm so great with this information and boast this information in your face. I'm trying to teach us. And when I read your comments and I see that you guys remember the receipts and you guys can remember the names and you can add on to it, I know that you're learning. That's why they want J-Lethal to be gone. Because you guys are learning out here. Every single Monday night we're doing this, an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward. Every week we're learning. So somebody put a 7 in the chat if you've got one wrinkle in your brain tonight. You've learned something new tonight. If I've challenged you tonight, if I've made you feel uncomfortable tonight, if you felt inspired tonight to do something better tonight or to investigate for yourself tonight, please put the number 7 in the chat.
A young Orthodox Jewish woman is now speaking out, claiming a local rabbi is infecting babies, making them sick. And what's worse, she says no one is doing anything to stop him. For centuries, when a Jewish baby boy is born, the ancient ritual of circumcision is performed. But in some ultra-Orthodox communities, religious leaders, known as moyals, also engage in something controversial during the bris. In a practice known as Metzitza B'Peh, or just MBP, the moil actually uses his mouth to suck the blood from the infant's penis after he cuts off the foreskin.
Oh, man, is this? You know what? You should listen to your wife, man. She's right. You are an asshole, man.
See, y'all weren't ready for that because I told you I was the receipt king and I've been taking it easy on y'all. But I got receipts for y'all ass. Watch it again.
A young Orthodox Jewish woman is now speaking out, claiming a local rabbi is infecting babies, making them sick. And what's worse, she says no one is doing anything to stop him. For centuries, when a Jewish baby boy is born, the ancient ritual of circumcision is performed. But in some ultra-Orthodox communities, religious leaders known as moyals also engage in something controversial during the bris. In a practice known as Metzitza B'Peh, or just MBP, the moil actually uses his mouth to suck the blood from the infant's penis after he cuts off the foreskin.
Oh, man, is this?
Look, you'll have to stop now. You're scaring the children. They should be scared. Oh, yes, they should. Their beautiful, pure little minds have been corrupted with lies, lies. All this talk of a modern God or no God. There is one God, the God of the Israelites. And he is a stern and vengeful God. And we have been mocking him far too long. And now he demands retribution in blood. It is time to declare yourselves. Take sides. The saved and the damned. Read the good book. It calls for expiation. Blood. What? Blood. Little Normie was first, and now God calls the rest of us. The bill is due. It must be paid. As Abraham prepared to sacrifice his only son to prove his love for God. So,
Oh my God! Wow! Oh my God!
look, you'll have to stop now. You're scaring the children. They should be scared. Oh, yes, they should. Their beautiful, pure little minds have been corrupted with lies, lies. All this talk of a modern God or no God. There is one God, the God of the Israelites. And he is a stern and vengeful God. And we have been mocking him far too long. And now he demands retribution in blood. It is time to declare yourselves. Take sides. The saved and the damned. Read the good book. It calls for expiation. Blood. What? Blood. Little Normie was first, and now God calls the rest of us. The bill is due. It must be paid. As Abraham prepared to sacrifice his only son to prove his love for God. So,
You better understand, at the end of the day, it's going to be what it is. Whether J-Lethal is here or not, it's going to be what it is. That's what you need to understand. Because somebody put that in the chat. Whether J-Lethal is here or not, whether the devil succeeds in destroying J-Lethal's flesh or not, the Most High God's plan is still going to be here. So I don't even know why y'all are coming for me like I'm the one who created God's plan. I'm not the one who created God's plan. Newsflash, I'm not the one who created God's plan. I'm just the one who agreed to God's plan. Okay? So stop coming for me.
We're continuing to follow breaking news at this hour from Chicago. Mayor Lori Lightfoot has tested positive for COVID-19.
The diagnosis comes just a day after a deal was struck with CPS teachers who are concerned about the safety of in-person learning. And WGN's Mike Lowe now live at City Hall with the latest. Mike.
And good evening to both of you. The mayor, of course, always has a busy schedule, but over the last week or so, she's worked particularly long hours trying to end the stalemate between the Chicago Teachers Union and Chicago Public Schools. She is vaccinated and she, of course, is tested regularly, but today she announced that she has been infected by COVID-19.
All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here.
It was just last night at roughly 9 o'clock when Mayor Lori Lightfoot stood at a City Hall podium without wearing a mask to announce that the stalemate between the Chicago Public Schools and the Chicago Teachers Union had been broken and that students would return to school on Wednesday.
Our goal throughout this entire process was to both get our students back to in-person learning as quickly as possible.
Less than 24 hours later, the mayor announced that she will be working from home. This afternoon, in a one-paragraph written statement, she said, "Earlier today, I tested positive for COVID-19. I am experiencing cold-like symptoms, but otherwise feel fine, which I credit to being vaccinated and boosted. I will continue to work from home while following the CDC guidelines for isolation. This is an urgent reminder for folks to get vaccinated and boosted, as it's the only way to beat this pandemic." Members of Lightfoot's City Hall staff have been working from home because of the surge in COVID-19 cases attributed to the highly contagious Omicron variant of the virus. Her staff held a karaoke holiday party at Joy District, a popular River North restaurant and bar, just before Christmas. At least 4 members of Lightfoot's staff tested positive for COVID after that party, and City Hall sources have told WGN News that there have been about a dozen cases in the mayor's office since the party. The Chicago Tribune reported that staffers had the option to work from home through last Friday. Lightfoot is the latest in a number of high-profile people to be infected. The list includes former President Trump, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, Bulls coach Billy Donovan, and former Bears coach Matt Nagy.
We've been through a hell of a lot in almost 2 years of COVID.
And according to City Hall, anyone who's come in close contact with the mayor will be isolated, and of course they will test to see if they are also infected with the COVID-19 virus. Meantime, there is no word tonight on whether or not anyone in the mayor's immediate family has tested positive. Reporting live tonight outside of City Hall, Mike Lowe, WGN News.
Mike, thank you. And Chicago public school students will return to classes tomorrow after 5 days of cancellations.
Teachers Union and CPS agreed last night to a COVID safety plan to return to class. WGN's.
Well, before we go, looks like trick-or-treating will be happening in Chicago this year. Yeah, that's Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot coming out in full costume, cape and mask as the Rona, as in Corona Destroyer, handing out candy to reporters and staff at her daily news conference. Trick-or-treaters will be asked to stay in groups of 6 or fewer there, avoid sticking their hands into any candy bowls, and of course, wear a mask with a mask over your mask. That's it.
So if you're going in that coffee shop to pick up and go, you don't need to show proof. But if you're going to linger, you're going to eat that muffin, you're going to eat that muffin, you're going to eat that muffin. But if you're going to linger, you're going to eat that muffin, you're going to sit down with your laptop, you got to show proof of vaccination.
I got like, let me see. I got that. I think I got one more receipt for tonight. Let me see. Oh, I also got this. Look at this. This is another receipt for you real quick before I get out of here. Another father in Canada. This is another story out of Canada. This is another runaway father. A father in Canada has temporarily lost his rights. Somebody put that in the chat. A father in Canada, this is not about race. This is just about what's right versus wrong. A father in Canada has temporarily lost his rights to see his 12-year-old son because he's not injected. A Quebec judge ruled after a father will no longer be able to see his son until February because he's not injected, and allegedly he's opposed to the health measures. According to NDTV, per Quebec newspaper La Devoir, a judge believed that the ruling was made in the best interest of the child. Can you believe that? The judge said it's in the best interest of the child that the child doesn't see the father because the father has not been injected. The judge ruled on the decision on December 23rd. However, if the father gets injected, somebody please put that in the chat. If this father gets injected, his visitation, somebody please put that in the chat. I told you again 1,000,000 times, Solo Dolo, I told you 1,000,000 times that the father gets visitation of the child. The mother gets to be the primary custodian, primary custody. But the father has to be the visitation. Do you see that? Read the third paragraph with me. The judge ruled on the decision on December 23rd, 2021. However, if the father gets injected his visitation of his child because he could only visit his child, how do you think a father feels when they are told by the court system and on paperwork that they can only visit their child whenever the court says it's possible and the woman can do whatever the fuck she wants to do? His visitation rights will be given back to him if he gets injected. He can see his child again. If he gets injected, it would not be in the child's best interest to have contact with their father if he is not injected and is opposed to health measures in the current epidemiological context, said the judge. The judge added that even though the child is injected, do you hear this? The child is already injected. So why are you worried about the child's best interest if the child is already injected? But you said even though the child is already injected, the child's protection, quote unquote, seems reduced against the Omicron variant, which is spreading at the moment. This is all an issue when the father asked the mother to extend his time with the child during the holidays. And you think that when I say that there's a systematic attack to take out the fathers of the home, you think I'm lying about this shit. But let's continue real quick. The judge added that even though the child is injected, the children protection seems reduced against the Omicron variant. This all became an issue when the father had to ask. Somebody put that in the chat. The father, the biological father who gave life, who had the seed and gave life into the woman, the father had to ask the court. He had to ask. He could not demand. The father had to plead and ask and beg for mercy from the court and from the child's mother to extend his time with his own child during the holiday, quote unquote, season. The mother declined. Somebody put that in the chat. The mother declined the request and later used photos from social media. Listen to this. The mother declined the father's request to have the child a little bit longer during the holidays. And then she used photos of the father from his social media account to show the court that the father wasn't injected and he wasn't abiding by the so-called safety measures that the government put in place. The mother lives with her partner. Do you see the pattern that I keep on talking to you about? You have these dumb-ass, stupid-ass women who want to leave the man of the house who actually has sense because you dumb-ass, stupid-ass women get wet in the panties when you can create chaos and do whatever the fuck you want and live off your impulses. So we keep on talking about the partner of this woman that gets to do whatever the hell she wants. So it says at the bottom paragraph, the mother lives with her partner and the two small children, and they have primary custody. Somebody put that in the chat. The mother has primary custody. The father has visitation. The mother lives with the partner and the two small children who are 7 months and 4 years old because they can't get injections because they're only 7 months. The judge said the 12-year-old visiting their father could hold a quote-unquote risk. In these circumstances, the judge said, in these circumstances, it is not the interest in the 3 children for the child to be around the father at this time. The judge said it is not in the best interest of the children for the children to be around the father because the father has not been injected. This is a real story. Go look it up. If you want to go look it up for yourself, please go look it up. Quebec Superior Court Justice John Sebastian Villancourt. Somebody put that in the chat. If you want to go look this story up, because I'm the receipt king, I'm going to let you know. Go look up this name. So-called judge. Remember, I showed you the judge who was wearing a fucking dress. The so-called judge, the so-called superior. Somebody put that in the chat. The systematic enforcement of the ideologies of white supremacy. They are predicated on supremacy. Do you see how they are predicated on supremacy? Even in their name. I'm the superior court judge. John Justice Sebastian Villancourt took note of numerous social media posts critical of the injection, saying this casts doubt on whether the father is actually following the health guidelines in place. So somebody put that in the chat. They can watch you on social media. And if you put any kind of comments on social media about not wanting to get injected, then your ass is grass. You can't see your children anymore. You can't get visitation of your children anymore. Remember, you can only see your children once every blue moon, once every weekend. That's what they tell you when they say you get visitation. You could only have them once every motherfucking weekend. Somebody look at the third paragraph. Look at the third paragraph. The judge ruled on the decision on December 23rd. However, if the father gets injected, his visitation of his child will be given back to him. The red man is allowed to decide when you can visit your own flesh and blood that you came from your fucking body. Talk to me out of here. I'm about to get out of here. Put a 7 in the chat. Hashtag stick with me in the chat. You already stuck with me. I'm about to get out of here. I got a few more receipts. I couldn't show them, but I'm going to show them next time. And just so you know, this is not going to be my last show unless something else happens to me. But I'm not going to give up. I've gone through too much. I can't allow these stupid weak ass bitches. I said it. I can't allow these weak ass bitches and these uninformed ass cowardless yellow belly niggas to take me off my square. I've already been doing this for my children. I've already been doing this for the Most High God. I'm already doing this for the people. I can't stop. At this point, I can't even stop.
I hate it here. I hate it here. Waking up in the morning, thinking about so many things. I just wish things would get better. I'm trying to get rid of them, but nothing seems to stay the same. Woke up in the morning, doing my hair, makeup, getting my clothes on. Walking into school, thinking of what is going to happen next. Oh, whoa, things are just caught up in my mind. Just cannot get rid of them. I am worrying and worrying, I just cannot get rid of them.
Amen.
So go get the fucking vaccine and stop being stupid, hoe!
These are the last days. And when I say the last days, it doesn't mean that black people are going to be destroyed from the earth. And when I say black people, I mean those human beings that are absorbed with light. When I say it's the last days, we're not going to be destroyed from the earth. It's the last days of what you knew. What you thought you knew. This is some new shit about to come out. Talk to me in the chat. Some brand new shit is about to come out, and you better be training and preparing yourself for the new shit. So I want all of us, can everybody please promise me that we're going to try to open the Bible again and read even one sentence per day? I know it's hard because it's hard for me, and there's some spirit on me that wants me to stay away from the Bible, and because I feel like the Bible's too long and all this other shit, we need to open it back up. I'm going to open the Bible back up. I started, I'm going to do it again. We need to get this information in these last days. They are coming for everything that we knew to be. So before they come for the physical Bible, you need to understand and remember the Bible. Do you remember that movie, The Book of Eli, with Denzel Washington? Somebody put that in the chat. You remember that book, that movie with Denzel Washington, The Book of Eli, where he was a blind man and it turns out he was protecting something this whole time. He knew how to kill everybody even though he was blind. What was he protecting in that movie? The Book of Eli with Denzel Washington. He was protecting the Bible. And at the end, he remembered the Bible even though he was blind. He remembered the Bible, and he and because he had the very last Bible on earth, then he rewrote the Bible essentially again off of his memory, because he didn't want there to only be one Bible left. There's no way that, remember, the scripture says, until heaven and earth pass, not one dot and tittle from this scripture will be taken away. So they're never going to destroy the Bible. They're going to try to ban it. They're going to try to make it seem over sensationalized. They're going to try to make it seem like it's a myth, right? But they're never going to ban them. They're never going to be able to destroy the truth. They're never going to be able to take away what your grandma taught to you, what your mother taught to you, what your brother taught to you, what your friend taught to you, what that stranger taught to you. They're not going to be able to take that away from you. They're trying their best, because remember, somebody put that in the chat. The beast is getting desperate. They're trying their best to take away what the Most High God has sown into your heart. That's okay. Regardless, I got to get out of here, man. Until the next time I see you, man, holla at your boy. And here's another thing real quick. I need to let this be known. Shout out to my people on patreon.com/JLEETHAL7. I know I sound like a salesman. I'm not trying to sound like a salesman, but I'm going to let you know. Please consider joining me on Patreon. It is not even about what I'm bringing you on Patreon, because I'm going to let you know. I'm putting out videos everywhere. It's hard for me to put videos out everywhere. So it's not about getting the videos first. If you're joining me on Patreon, it's about the financial. It's not even about the financial support, because all you got to do is $3 a month. That's 10 cents a day. If you feel so inclined that you see that I'm doing this every single Monday, you know we're in the last days, you know we need profits out here, give me some real support. We talk about black businesses and all this other stuff, support black business. Give me some real tangibles. We talk about tangibles. How about you give me tangibles? $3 a month, so that I can continue to show my face to you guys, to risk my real life, because I'm dealing with real shit in my life. It is not about the money. I need us to build something. We need to know that we can build something out here. Join me on patreon.com/JLEETHAL7, $3 a month. That's all I ask, to be able to continue to bring you these online. Remember, this is not a live stream. This is not a motherfucking live stream. Somebody put that in the chat. This is not a live stream. This is an online pro bono interactive learning course in which like-minded and some not so like-minded individuals gather in order to discuss nuanced and sometimes controversial topics so that we may all possibly gain a further level of clarity and understanding moving forward.
Just as Jehovah was absent while the Hebrews were suffering under Pharaoh, didn't mean he was asleep. It meant that he had given Pharaoh an opportunity to rise to a powerful position economically, politically, militarily, so that he could become so powerful that the then unknown God would make himself known by destroying that powerful nation. And if you read your Bible, I think that you will agree that this is the case. God told Pharaoh, "It is for this cause that I raised you up. It is for this cause that I myself bless you and your nation to become as powerful as it is." You've become so powerful, now you think you're God. And you have my people in your clutches. So I will prove that I'm God by taking the ones that you look down upon and elevating them while I destroy you. And your only way to avoid that destruction is to submit to these same people whom you in the past have been making submit to you. Just as Jehovah was absent while the Hebrews were suffering under Pharaoh, didn't mean he was asleep. It meant that he had given Pharaoh an opportunity to rise to a powerful position economically, politically, militarily, so that he could become so powerful that the then unknown God would make himself known by destroying that powerful nation. And if you read your Bible, I think that you will agree that this is the case. God told Pharaoh, "It is for this cause that I raised you up. It is for this cause that I myself bless you and your nation to become as powerful as it is." You've become so powerful, now you think you're God. And you have my people in your clutches. So I will prove that I'm God by taking the ones that you look down upon and elevating them while I destroy you. And your only way to avoid that destruction is to submit to these same people whom you in the past have been making submit to you.
And here's the end of the day. I got to get out of here, but a lot of the people that are watching me right now don't even support me. But that's okay. I got to get out of here. I'm doing what I got to do. This is on my spirit. You guys don't. A lot of people that feel like they're hating on me or they feel like they don't like what I say. You don't even know what it feels like to actually do what the Most High God has placed on your spirit to do. You don't even know what that feels like. So you can't have the same conversation as me. It's all good. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I got to get out of here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see you again. But in the meantime, vibrate higher.
When the lights shut off and it's my turn to settle down, my main concern, promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me. I said when the lights shut off and it's my turn to settle down, my main concern, promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me.
I woke up this morning and figured I'd call you in case I'm not here tomorrow. I'm hoping that I can borrow a peace of mind. I'm behind on what's really important. My mind is really distorted. I find nothing but trouble in my life. I'm fortunate you believe in a dream. This orphanage we call a ghetto is quite a routine. And last night was just another distraction or a reaction of what we consider madness. I know exactly what happened. You ran outside when you heard my brother cry for help. Held him like a newborn baby and made him feel like everything was alright in a fight he tried to put up, but the type of bullet that stuck had went against his will. Last blood spill on your hands, my plan's rather vindictive. Everybody's a victim in my eyes. When I ride, it's a murderous rhythm, and outside became pitch black. A demon glued to my back, whispering, "Get him, I got him," and I ain't give a fuck. That same mentality I told my brother not to duck. In actuality, it's a trip how we trip off of colors. I wonder if I ever discover a passion like you and recover the life that I knew as a youngin' in pajamas and thunderlons. When thunder comes, it rains cats and dogs dumb. Niggas like me never prosper. Prognosis of a problem child. I'm proud and well devoted. This Pyru shit been in me forever. So forever I'ma push it wherever, whenever. And I love you cause you love my brother like you did. Just promise me you tell this story when you make it big. And if I die before your album drop, I hope.
Promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me. I said when the lights shut off, then it's my turn to settle down. My main concern. Promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me.
You wrote a song about my sister on your tape and called it Section 80. The message resembled Brenda's got a baby. What's crazy was I was hearing about it, but doubted your ignorance. How could you ever just put her on blast and shit? Judging her past and shit. Well, it's completely my future. Her nigga behind me right now asking for ass and shit. And I'ma need that $40 even if I gotta fuck, suck, and swallow. In the parking lot, cause I was park on follow by a married man and father of 3. My titties bounce on the cadence of his tingling keys. Matter of fact, he my favorite cause he tipped me with ease. He got a cousin named David and I seen him last week. This is the life of another girl damaged by the system. These foster homes I run away and never do miss them. See my hormones just run away, and if I can get them back to where they used to be, then I'd probably be in the denim of a family gene that showed women how to be women. Or better yet, a leader. You needed to learn something, then you probably need to be the. That's how I was taught. 3 niggas in one room. First time I was tossed and I'm exhausted. But fuck that sorry for your lost shit. My sister died in vain, but what point are you trying to gain if you can't fit the pumps I walk in? I'll wait. Your rebuttal a little too late, and if you have an album date, just make sure I'm not in the zone, cause I don't need the attention, bring enough of that on my own. And matter of fact, did I mention that I physically feel great? A doctor's approval is a waste of time, I know I'm straight. I probably live longer than you and never fade away. I'll never fade away, I'll never fade away. I know my fate, and I'm on the ground for this cake. I'ma get it or die trying. I'm eyeing every male gender with intentions of buying. You lying to these motherfuckers talking about you can help them with my story. You can help me if you sell this pussy for me. Nigga, don't ignore me, nigga. Fuck you,
When the lights shut off and it's my turn to settle down, my main concern, promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me. I said when the lights shut off and it's my turn to settle down, my main concern, promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me.
Sometimes I look in the mirror and ask myself, am I really scared of passing away? If it's today, I hope I hear a cry out from heaven so loud it can water down a demon with the Holy Ghost till it drown in the blood of Jesus. I wrote some raps that made sure that my lifeline reeking the scent of a reaper, ensuring that my allegiance with the other side may come soon. And if I'm doomed, may the wound help my mother be blessed for many moons. I suffer a lot, and every day that glass mirror get tougher to watch. I tie my stomach in knots, and I'm not sure why I'm infatuated with death. My imagination is surely an aggravation of threats that can come about, cause the tongue is mighty powerful. And I can name a list of your favorites that probably vouch. Maybe cause I'm a dreamer and sleep is the cousin of death, really stuck in the schema, wondering when I'ma rest. And you're right, your brother was a brother to me, and your sister's situation was the one that put me in a direction to speak on something that's realer than the TV screen. By any means wasn't trying to hold fin to come between her personal life. I was like, you need to be told, cursing the life of 20 generations had to hurt so. Exactly what'd happen if I ain't continue rapping or steady being distracted by money, drugs, and 4-5s. I count lives all on these songs. Look at the weak and cry, pray one day you be strong, fighting for your rights even when you're wrong, and hope that at least one of you think about me when I'm gone. Am I worth it? Did I put enough work in?
Promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me. I said when the lights shut off and it's my turn to settle down, my main concern, promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me.
Promise that you sing about me forever. 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 Promise that you sing about me forever.
I love y'all. If the Most High God wills, I'll see you next time. If not, it's been a beautiful ride. 7 gang all the time. I'm out of here.